Chapter 4444. Xiao. With a wave of his hand, the space porcupine caught the jade bottle and put it away. However, at this moment, the space porcupine's attention was no longer on the level 25 night pill in the jade bottle. What he really cared about was the 9-colored godly medicine that Yixian had just put away. That was a 9-colored godly medicine, and there was so much of it. It was like a 10,000 zhang tall mountain hanging in the sky above the valley. Even a great being at the universe night level would be able to use such a large pot of godly medicine for a very long time, given the horrifying efficacy of this level of godly medicine. To the space porcupine, this 9-colored godly medicine was no small matter. He was already a pinnacle level 6 emperor, and he was only one step away from level 7 emperor. Level 7 was only 2 levels away from level 9 pinnacle. If he were to cultivate like before, even if he gritted his teeth day and night, it would take him at least a few years to break through these 2 levels and become a pinnacle level 9 emperor. To an emperor, a few years was nothing. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that a few years would pass in a single seclusion. However, things were different now. The starry sky porcupine had just obtained a level 25 Venerate Supreme Elixir. This Venerate Supreme Elixir was his motivation. Right now, he couldn't wait to raise his cultivation base to the great circle of the 9th stage. That way, he would be able to consume the level 25 Emperor Titled Treasure pill immediately. Under such circumstances, a few years would be a torment to him, a painful torment. If he didn't handle it well, he might be too anxious during his seclusion, leading to his inner demons. If he went berserk, it was highly possible. And all of this could be easily resolved by the 9-colored godly medicine he had just seen. There was no doubt about the effect of the 9-colored godly medicine. Even the space porcupine, a veteran emperor, had only heard of it in legends. He had never seen it before. In fact, not to mention a 9-colored godly medicine, he hadn't even seen a single-colored godly medicine before. Even if it was a violet gold precious medicine that was below the divine medicine level, it was the same. Just when it saw the 9-color divine medicine earlier, and sensed the formidable aura that was emitted from the 9-color divine medicine, the starry sky porcupine was practically instantly able to determine that it didn't need to be too big at all. At most, it was around 3 kilometers in circumference. With his cultivation, he could smoothly break through to level 9 pinnacle level emperor in just 1 or 2 months. The difference between 1 or 2 months and a few years was needless to say. Because of this, when he heard Yixian say that the 9-colored godly medicine had nothing to do with him, and saw him coming over, he even waved his hand and put away the medicine. This old man immediately became anxious. Oh, Brother Bao Yuan? No, Brother Bao Yuan, you can't ignore this little brother. The space porcupine looked up to the sky and howled anxiously. The space porcupine rushed forward and almost laid on Yixian's body. He cried and complained with snot and tears. Brother Bao Yuan, you don't know. This little brother's heart is bitter. Stop. Seeing this scene, Yixian's face turned green. With a shake of his shoulders, he directly retreated tens of thousands of feet away. After rolling his eyes, he spread his hands and said, Don't you just want the 9-colored godly medicine? Can't you talk nicely? Don't wipe your snot on your body so easily. Okay? Okay. Oh, well. A few minutes later, the starry sky porcupine raised its head and let out a long howl of joy. Its figure flickered, and with the 9-colored divine medicine, it drilled into the core of the star under its feet. With the space porcupine's action, Yixian shook his head and smiled bitterly. After calming down, he immediately waved his hand. He also decided to break through again and try the effect of the 9-colored godly medicine. With a whistling sound, 500 cubic meters of the 9-colored godly medicine and various other resources were taken out of the Shinnon cauldron and suspended in front of him. Then, he activated the domain of the Shinnon cauldron and compressed it into a small ball. In the blink of an eye, it entered his mouth soon. As the medicinal power spread out, Yixian's body instantly had a majestic river of energy, which quickly surged out. Wah! Walala! In the next moment, The sound of chains rattling like a tide came from his body, and this time, 2 shackles of the human body's potential appear at the same time. This made him quite surprised, but then he was overjoyed because this meant that the effect of the resources he had just swallowed was extremely majestic, enough to shake the 2 shackles in Yixian's body. What he had to do next was to completely tear apart these 2 shackles in the process of refining these medicinal power. Once he did this, his cultivation strength would once again welcome 2 consecutive breakthroughs, without any suspense. In the blink of an eye, the intense piercing pain that he had expected came as expected. Although it wasn't as painful as before, it was definitely far from a good feeling. The pain was like a maggot attached to the bones, and it would never go away. However, Yixian had long since gotten used to the pain of tearing apart the shackles of his body. At this moment, under this kind of unbearable pain, his mind was not shaken in the slightest. From beginning to end, Yixian had even forgotten the existence of time, and his entire mind was completely immersed in it. After an unknown amount of time, when he felt the piercing pain in his body completely disappear, Yixian's consciousness returned, and he subconsciously opened his eyes. Both eyes. Almost in the next moment, the familiar system beep sounded in his mind again, twice in a row. Ding! Congratulations to host for breaking through to the next level of the ancient cave void technique. Current level, Emperor level 8. Ding! Congratulations to host for breaking through to the next level of the physical body energy. Current level, Emperor level 8. Emperor level 8. Not long ago, if Yixian had unleashed the bloodline ability of a 9 demonic ape to the 8th form, he would have reached the pinnacle battle strength of a universe knight at level 6. Now, with the arrival of another breakthrough, if he activated the bloodline ability of a 9 demonic ape, even if he didn't unleash the 9 demonic ape transformations, his strength would reach level 9 of the Emperor level, and he would finally reach the pinnacle of the Emperor level. Complete, and once he unleashed the bloodline ability of the 9 demonic ape to the 8th form, his battle strength would instantly reach level 8 of the Universe Knight level. Thinking of this, Yixian's eyes gleamed, and he subconsciously clenched his fists. Just one more step, and I'll reach level 9 of the Universe Knight level. Chapter 44-45. In addition to the fact that Yixian had activated the Devil Ape bloodline in his body and transformed into the form of a 30-meter-tall, starry sky berserk ape, the current cultivation aura emanating from his body was at the peak of the 9th level of the Immortal Emperor realm. Xiao! With a faint sound, Yixian waved his hand and kept the Shun Known Cauldron. He stood up and looked down at the star below him. He murmured, although Old Pig Spirit is only at the 6th level of the Emperor Immortal realm, he has been in this realm for many years. He's only one step away from the 7th level. Even if it's just a normal seclusion, he can break through it easily. He murmured, and with the 1,000 cubic meters of 9-colored godly medicine I gave him, he will be able to break through smoothly from level 7 to level 9 Emperor Pinnacle, even though there are still 2 levels to go. The moment he reaches level 9 Emperor Pinnacle, he will not be able to hold himself back and will swallow the level 25 Knight pill. If that's the case, he should be a level 1 Universe Knight by the time we meet again, and it should take about 3 months for him to finish his closed-door training, said Luo Feng. Well, even though I just broke through, and it is not suitable for me to train in the near future, I'm already a level 8 Emperor Pinnacle. One more breakthrough, and I will be able to swallow the level 25 Knight pill. From now on, I will enter the Universe Knight realm, and the level 26 treasure pill I need next, but I haven't even figured out the perfect recipe yet. I will take this chance to guard him and use it to study the level 26 treasure pill. After saying that, Yixian didn't hesitate any longer. His figure flashed, and he directly arrived in the void of the universe outside the abandoned star beneath his feet. After sitting down cross-legged in the void, he immediately activated the mental energy within the magic core in his mind. He activated the perfect oscillation mental power secret technique and concealed his body. He withdrew all of his aura and immediately ordered the devouring system in his body to postpone the derivation of the Devil Ape Ninth transformation. He used all the computing power of the system and started to study the perfect recipe for the level 26 treasure pill. At the same time, he closed his eyes and concentrated. The godly consciousness of a level 9 Emperor Pinnacle was fully immersed in the process. He cooperated with the devouring system in his body and started to study the formula. Although the perfect pill formula for a level 26 treasure pill was definitely far more difficult than the level 25 venerable pill from before, the devouring system in Xianxia's body was also growing compared to before, and his strength was also increasing. Even though he had not activated the bloodline ability of a 9 demon ape transformations, his godly consciousness was at the level of a half-step knight. According to Xianxia's estimation, even if he spent 3 months to study the formula, he would still not be able to complete the perfect recipe for the level 26 treasure pill. However, it would not be a problem to complete 70 to 80% of the process. As for the remaining portion, if the pig demon did not come out, he would complete it. If the pig demon had already come out, then he could take some time to come out and end this matter easily. At the same time, just as Xian restrained all of his aura and began to deduce the perfect pill formula for the level 26 treasure pill, an incomparably powerful ferocious bird was flying out from the black flame forbidden area about 10 billion kilometers away from him. It was coming from the direction of the black flame forbidden land. This ferocious bird was terrifyingly powerful. It had reached the 7th level of the universe night realm, and it was a late-stage knight. It was also the one who had rushed to the black flame forbidden land, discovered the unforeseen event, and spent a few days to find the traces of the clues. It existed. It was a blood cloud gray rock. Its body was covered in gray feathers, and only its eyes were as red as blood. Its Jijan was extremely terrifying. It was 1,000,000 miles long and covered the sky. It was one of the space beasts that was known for its speed. The reason why this blood cloud gray rock was so angry was that it was a good friend of the one-legged crow venerable in the black flame forbidden land. Hence, when it entered the black flame forbidden land and found out that the one-legged crow venerable had died, and even the 10 emperors in the forbidden land had all been killed, this blood cloud gray rock was so angry. Almost without any hesitation, he immediately started to search. And after finding the slightest trace of clues and deducing the direction of the murderer, he immediately flapped his wings and chased after him, with his terrifying cultivation as a 7th order venerable. If it wasn't for the fact that he spent too much time searching for the traces that Xian had erased within the black flame forbidden area, he probably wouldn't have waited for Xian to complete his breakthrough and would have already chased him here. If that was really the case, then although Xian, who was in closed-door cultivation, had the protection of the Shinnong Cauldron and wouldn't be injured, it would be hard to predict whether or not he would be able to successfully break through after being disturbed in this kind of closed-door cultivation. If he was lucky, he would be able to complete the breakthrough. If he was unlucky, all his efforts would be in vain. As for the old pig venerable who was guarding the void outside the abandoned planet, there was no doubt that he would be killed by this blood cloud gray rock on the spot. Fortunately, they were lucky. Of course, this was also because Xian was very careful. Before leaving the black flame forbidden land, he did not forget to erase all the traces left behind by himself and the old pig venerable. At a distance of over 10 billion kilometers wasn't too far for this 7th level venerable realm pig spirit. In a short period of less than half a day, his enormous figure had already appeared at the distant end of this star region. They were merely 200 to 300 million kilometers away from the abandoned star, where the starry sky porcupine was in closed-door cultivation. At this time, Xian used the perfect vibration of his spiritual power to hide his body. He sat cross-legged in the void and protected the old pig venerable who was cultivating in seclusion. At the same time, he activated his divine sense to the extreme and cooperated with the devouring system in his body. He used all his strength to deduce the perfect formula of the level 6 treasure pill. Even with this blood cloud gray rock's terrifying level 7 venerable cultivation, it was impossible for him to see through Xian's qi. However, Although he could not sense Yi Xian's qi, the old pig venerable was different. Although he had sneaked into the depths of the abandoned planet's core, how could he escape the detection of a level 7 venerable's terrifying divine sense? Screech. Damn it, it's actually an old pig venerable who is not even at the half-step venerable realm. With just a sweep of his divine sense, the blood cloud gray rock discovered the space porcupine that was hibernating in the depths of the planet's core. A shrill screech came from his mouth, revealing endless resentment and unwillingness. Chapter 44-46. Screech, whoosh, whoosh. An earth-shattering howl resounded, followed closely by two extremely sharp sounds of something tearing through the air. In the cosmic void more than 100 million miles away, the blood cloud gray rock, which was spreading its wings and swooping over, raised its head and screeched. Its eyes, which were filled with monstrous anger, instantly shot out two crimson rays of light. This blood cloud gray rock's body was 1,000,000 miles long when it stretched out its wings. Each of the pair of crimson eyes on its head was as large as a small meteor. At this moment, the two crimson rays that shot out from its eyes were two energy light pillars with the diameter of a small meteor. They exuded a terrifying aura that could destroy everything. In the blink of an eye, they had crossed tens of millions of miles of the void and reached more than 2,000 miles away. Thousands of miles away. At this time, old pig spirit was still in seclusion in the depths of the core of this planet. It was far from time for him to come out. With the speed of these two crimson light pillars, it would only take about a breath to reach more than 20 million miles away. At that time, once they bombarded this abandoned planet with the terrifying aura it emitted, the entire planet would probably explode completely and turn into cosmic dust. As for old pig spirit, who was in seclusion in the core of the planet, even if he did not die on the spot, he would at least be seriously injured. If his state of mind was disturbed, it was very likely that he would suffer from qi deviation. The situation was extremely critical from the beginning. It was also at this moment that Yi Xian, who was sitting cross-legged tens of millions of miles away from the planet, suddenly opened his eyes. Although he was immersed in his mind and focused on cooperating with the devouring system in his body to deduce the perfect elixir formula of the level 26 treasure pill, he was still in a foreign space. After all, this was an unfamiliar cosmic void. It was impossible for Yi Xian not to be prepared at all. He had already left a trace of his divine sense outside to be vigilant. In fact, just as this blood cloud gray rock arrived hundreds of millions of miles away and had not launched this attack, Yi Xian had already sensed his arrival and immediately withdrew from the deduction process of the perfect level 26 treasure pill. Not only that, the moment Yi Xian stood up, he also withdrew the perfect vibration spiritual power mystic technique. In the next instant, his figure appeared in the void. It was actually a half-step Exalt Realm Starry Sky Violent Ape. No wonder Senior Crow was killed by you. With the two of you working together and some other tricks, it's not impossible. The moment he appeared, Blood Cloud Gray Rock, who was already 100 million miles away, immediately discovered Yi Xian's existence. The voice of his divine sense came over. Although there was surprise, there was even more ridicule and disdain in it. This kind of qi-concealing secret technique is not bad. It actually managed to fool this senior's perception and probing. It's a pity that there's something wrong with his head. If he had just holed up like a turtle, he might have been able to escape with his life. As for now, since we've been exposed, then let's die together. Screech. In the end, the blood crystal and the gray rock raised their heads and roared again. One of the two blood-red eye beams that had been aimed at the star where Pig was cultivating suddenly changed its direction and blasted straight at Yi Xian. At this moment, Yi Xian's eyes glinted coldly. Without hesitation, he raised his head and roared, 9 changes of demonic ape. 8th change. Pung. As soon as his voice fell, a huge explosion was heard. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian's body expanded explosively. The speed was so fast that it made one's hair stand on end. The power in his body was rolling like a roaring river. His limbs and bones surged with endless ferocity, and an unimaginably majestic and terrifying aura surged out. In less than 1/10 of a breath, his body, which was originally only 30 meters tall, expanded at an extremely fast speed. It was visible to the naked eye that he had reached a height of 1 billion feet. That was 3 million miles. This was definitely comparable to a real giant star, or even more so. In addition, at the same time that his body expanded, the cultivation aura emanating from Xianxia's body also rose at the same speed. In half a breath of time, he had already reached the 8th level of the universe sovereign realm from the 9th level of the immortal emperor realm. 8th level knight. Just this level of cultivation, compared to the blood cloud gray rock that was already 70 to 80 million miles away, it was already a small realm stronger. However, in reality, if Xianxia's 8th change was added to the 6 million miles huge body and the majestic energy within it, his actual battle power was comparable to a 9th level pinnacle knight. It could be said that he was invincible below the level of universe master. With a battle power comparable to a 9th level pinnacle knight, he was going to fight Blood Cloud Grey Rock, who was only at the 7th level of the universe knight realm. There was no suspense about the final outcome of this battle. The battle hadn't even started, but the outcome was already decided. Li, seeing this scene, the Blood Cloud Grey Rock, who was rushing over, suddenly screamed. His divine sense voice was filled with disbelief. 8th rank venerable? This is impossible. This was indeed too frightening and dreamy. Just a moment ago, he was only an undying emperor, and in the next moment, he had become a universe knight. And not just any universe knight, but a universe knight at level 8, close to being a pinnacle. Such a being, below the level of universe master, there were few who could match him. More importantly, Xueqing and Hui Peng had never heard of this starry sky violent ape before. Although there were a lot of forbidden areas and star regions around the Milky Way star field, and there were even areas where some small forces gathered, it was even more chaotic. However, as a late-stage knight, Blood Cloud Grey Rock obviously knew a lot about these forbidden lands. If there was such a level 8 universe knight, there was no way he wouldn't have heard of it before. The only explanation was that the strength of the 8th Order Exalt realm that the Starry Sky ape displayed wasn't its normal cultivation at all. It had been forcefully raised in an instant by some sort of powerful bloodline secret technique. I can't believe there's such a miraculous bloodline technique in this world. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Xueqing Hui Peng immediately confirmed his guess. His figure came to an abrupt stop thousands of miles away, but there was a burning light in his eyes. He stared fixedly at Xian and laughed strangely. However, this secret technique obviously doesn't belong to you. The bloodline of the Starry Sky Berserk ape has never heard of this before. Since it was taken from him, then this sovereign also has the chance to obtain it. As long as I kill you, this miraculous bloodline technique will belong to me. Hey, if that's the case, Chrome Master's death is worth something. Today, not only will I help him get his revenge, but I'll also take your technique. Who knows, I might be able to get the power of a universe master earlier. Chapter 44-47. You're right, this kind of bloodline secret technique did not originally belong to this Star Lord. The eyes of the Starry Sky Berserk ape, which was 6 million kilometers long and larger than an enormous planet, emitted strands of bright light. At this moment, Xian's voice of divine sense resounded throughout the entire space. Moreover, once this secret technique is used, it can instantly increase one's cultivation by an entire realm. Why? My original cultivation level was only at the 8th level of the Emperor realm. If I didn't have this bloodline technique, I would only be able to escape upon seeing you. However, my current cultivation level has already reached the 8th level of the Universe Knight realm. Within my gigantic body, the majestic power of blood energy is even more terrifying. My true combat power is no weaker than that of a complete 9th level knight. However, you are merely a 7th level knight. You dare to say such words in front of me, the Master of the Stars, and even claim that you will kill me and steal my bloodline secret technique. The only thing you can rely on is that you are certain that I won't be able to last long with my current cultivation base and strength, right? At this point, the gigantic raging star ape's lips slowly curled into a sneer, revealing a strong sense of mockery. Without waiting for Xueqing and Hui Peng to regain their senses, they immediately launched a punch. Hong. Gotcha! The power of this punch was too strong. The terrifying power of a half-step universe master was simply unimaginable. When the fist blasted out, cracking sounds rang out in the void. This was the mysterious Grand Mist Void, and not the outer space of the ancient desolate realms. It was tough to the extreme, but it still couldn't withstand the terrifying might of this punch. If that's the case, then today, I will show you. The incomparably fierce and majestic punch whistled through the air. At this moment, Yi Xian's voice rang out again. With my current cultivation level of the Universe Night Realm, how long can I last? Li, it's just a bluff. This level of power simply does not belong to you. This sovereign wants to see. How many times can you unleash a similar punch? The blood crystal gray rock raised its head and roared. At the same time the voice of the divine sense came out, the giant gray rock suddenly stirred. A low buzzing sound came. As it moved, some mysterious power seemed to appear in the void, causing double images to appear in the void. It was as if space was being folded. The distance between the blood crystal gray rock and the violent ape of stars instantly increased. A huge chunk. Originally, it was only a distance of 10 million miles. But now, it had been extended by 10 times, reaching a distance of 100 million miles. 100 million miles, for a great battle between universe knights, was not considered very far. It was even within the close combat range. However, this distance was sufficient for the 7th rank Exalt Realm cultivators like Bloodsheen and Grey Rock to avoid the terrifying punch of the violent Starry Sky Ape. Phew! It spread its wings again. This time, Xueqing and Grey Rock's figures retreated in the blink of an eye. Moreover, they moved tens of millions of miles away, causing the full-powered punch of the star violent ape to barely touch his left hand and fly away. Now, it's my turn. I want to see if you become a paper tiger after this punch is thrown out. After dodging the punch of the violent star ape, the blood crystal gray rock did not stop there. As the voice of the divine sense came out, a cold light flashed within his giant eyes. Then he quickly spread his wings again. Xiao, xiao, xiao. The low, buzzing sound that had appeared before was heard again in an instant. The frequency was so fast that it made one's hair stand on end. Along with it, there was a sharp sound breaking through the air. As the blood crystal gray rock flapped his wings, energy arrows shot out from between his two beaks. There were too many of them. They covered the sky and the earth, covering the space within millions of miles. These were not just ordinary energy arrows. When they were shot out by the blood crystal gray rock, they clearly carried the power of the law of space. The low, buzzing sound that appeared at the same time as these energy arrows was proof of this. The energy arrows that covered the sky seemed to have directly passed through the void and teleported over. A moment ago, they were still hundreds of millions of miles away from the violent star ape, but in the next moment, they were already in front of him. They were only a few million miles away from the violent star ape. It had to be known that the violent star ape's body was already about 6 million miles long, which was larger than a giant planet. And now, the energy arrows that covered a radius of more than 10 million miles had arrived only a few million miles away in the blink of an eye. In the void, it sounded quite far away, but in reality, to the violent star ape, this distance of several million miles was only a body's length. In the eyes of the blood crystal gray rock, he had used the spatial secret technique of his bloodline talent to send the energy arrows that covered the sky and earth to a body's length away from the violent star ape in an instant. With his huge and bloated body, it was absolutely impossible to dodge. If nothing unexpected happened, this attack would be enough to severely injure him. And the current violent star ape was clearly in a state of activating its bloodline secret technique. Once it was heavily injured, it would definitely be forced to withdraw from this state. In this way, with his cultivation of the Emperor realm to the blood crystal gray rock, there was no doubt he would be reduced to an ant. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, a complacent expression immediately appeared on the face of the blood crystal gray rock. The voice of the divine sense also revealed a mocking tone. "Violent ape. Everything. It's time to end. You seem to be thinking too much." Just as he finished speaking, the voice of Yi Xian's divine sense rang out. It was also filled with a strong sense of ridicule, and disdain. All of this is far from over, because this Star Lord suddenly changed his mind. "Slowly play, die." Swish, swish. Before he could finish speaking, the violent star ape had already waved its hand. In an instant, a weak sound of breaking through the air rang out. 2 rays of light shot out from his body as he waved his hand. It was the Xianxia cauldron and the Xianxia pestle. As soon as the former appeared, it immediately rushed towards the top of Yi Xian's head. Moreover, this time, it appeared in its complete form. In the blink of an eye, it expanded explosively against the wind and actually exceeded 10 million kilometers, several times larger than the body of the violent star ape. At the same time, a large amount of 9-colored mist poured out from the mouth of the Xianxia cauldron. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped the violent star ape and protected its body. At the same time, the Xianxia pestle that was taken out with a wave of his hand directly rushed towards the right hand of the violent star ape. It quickly expanded and turned into a large black club that was 20 million kilometers long and was even thicker. Swish, 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 swish. Just at this moment, the countless energy arrows that seemed to have teleported through the void had finally arrived. They directly pierced into the dense 9-colored mist that was being poured out by the Xianxia cauldron. However, it did not have any effect on the violent star ape at all. Chapter 44-48. What? Xianxia cauldron? This is impossible. As Yi Xian took out the cauldron and suspended it above his head, it poured out endless 9-colored mist to protect his body. The attack that Xueqing Hui Peng unleashed with all his might missed. All the energy arrows were disintegrated by the mist of Xianxia cauldron. This was a 7th level knight. If it was before, Yi Xian wouldn't have been able to reach this level of power when using Xianxia cauldron. But now, on one hand, Yi Xian's cultivation level had surpassed his opponent's. On the other hand, the Xianxia strange flame in the cauldron had just evolved to the pinnacle 9-colored flame level. Because of this, the Farmer God Cauldron's power had also increased by a large margin. And at this moment, seeing this scene, Xueqing Hui Peng was stunned for a moment before he exclaimed in shock. His voice was filled with shock and horror. He was, after all, a late-stage knight with extraordinary knowledge. He recognized Xianxia cauldron, this legendary treasure from the prehistoric era. I can't accept this. With the appearance of Xianxia cauldron, Xueqing Hui Peng lost all hope. With this cauldron, even if the power of the bloodline technique used by the space violent ape was weakened and his cultivation level dropped to that of an emperor. However, as long as he hid within the Xianxia cauldron, Blood Red Eagle and Gray Rock would not be able to do anything to him. To break through the protective power of this legendary desolate ancient cauldron and forcefully kill him, one would need to be at least a universe master. What's more, the opponent was under the protection of Xianxia cauldron and wasn't injured at all. The bloodline technique used by the opponent wouldn't be weakened in a short time. This situation was so depressing that it made one's hair stand on end. The opponent had the protection of Xianxia cauldron, so no matter how he attacked, he wouldn't be afraid. On the other hand, his cultivation was already slightly weaker than the violent Starry Sky ape that had executed its bloodline's secret technique. If he continued to stay here, the final outcome would be that he would only be on the receiving end of a beating. It was already meaningless, Li. With great unwillingness, Xueqing Hui Peng raised his head and let out a roar. He flapped his wings and turned to escape. At the same time, his voice resounded again. Violent ape, don't be so smug. Although Xianxia cauldron is powerful, it's not impossible to break through. At least with your current level of cultivation, a universe master can do it. Wait, wait. What he meant was that he was obviously planning to get one or two Universe Masters to deal with Yixian. Maybe this guy couldn't get Universe Master, but if he was to leak the news of Shinnong Cauldron, he could get one or two Universe Masters. Before he could turn around, the voice of the starry sky, ferocious ape's divine sense, had already sounded out. In the next instant, the faint sound of the air being torn apart resounded out. The starry sky, ferocious ape that was 3 million kilometers in size actually directly teleported with the farmer god's treasure cauldron that floated high above its head. In the blink of an eye, it was already in front of the blood crystal gray rock's path. The distance between them was less than 5 million kilometers, which just happened to be within the range of the big-headed black cudgel's attack. Honk! A huge rumbling sound rang out. Almost at the same instant the teleportation ended, the right arm of the raging star ape was raised high. Without the slightest hesitation, it moved at an extremely fast speed and directly smashed the club at the base of the right wing of the blood cloud gray rock. Oh, an incomparably mournful howl came out from the mouth of the blood-red gray rock. Its huge body suddenly staggered in the air. As it rolled, its right wing drooped down in an unnatural manner. As a ferocious bird, a late-stage venerable one actually let out a miserable howl like a wolf at this moment. Just this alone was enough to show how terrifying the power of this attack was. It was clear that this blood crystal gray rock was on the verge of going berserk. In fact, the reason why Yixian's staff smashed onto the base of the blood-colored gray rock's right wing was because he had deliberately done so. To Yixian, this seventh-order knight was definitely the strongest opponent he'd ever encountered. Although Yixian's current battle strength was comparable to a universe knight at the pinnacle of the ninth order, he was nearly 2 levels stronger than the blood-red gray rock. However, the opponent was a late-stage knight. He was also a great being from the bird clan who was skilled in speed and escaping. It could be said that even if Yixian had the upper hand, he wasn't completely confident that he would be able to kill the opponent today. Hence, he could either not make a move. Once he made a move, the first thing he had to do was to cut off the opponent's ability to escape. Destroying his 2 wings was obviously the best choice. Wong. At that moment, after being hit by Yixian's stick and rolling for tens of millions of miles, Xueqing Huipeng finally stabilized himself. He didn't hesitate. He immediately flapped his wings and tried to escape. However, just as a familiar buzzing sound rang out, it came to an abrupt stop. The blood cloud gray rock's right G-bone structure had clearly been broken. Although it wasn't a big deal and wasn't life-threatening, it was obviously impossible for him to escape in a short period of time. He could. Xiao! The sound broke through the air again. Space-raging ape's body flashed and teleported again. In the blink of an eye, he was beside Xueqing Huipeng. This time, he appeared on the left. Without any hesitation, he swung his black stick and smashed it down. As for the landing point, it happened to be the root of Xueqing Huipeng's left wing. Oh, ka-cha-cha! A huge roar sounded. Xueqing Huipeng's huge body rolled and flew away. In the blink of an eye, he was tens of millions of miles away. His left wing, which was fine a moment ago, was now hanging down unnaturally like his right wing. This attack, Raging Ape used more strength. When the black stick smashed down, a huge roar sounded. There was also the clear sound of bones breaking. The Raging Ape, you shameless. After being injured again, the blood-red gray Peng spat out an arrow of blood. The sound of divine senses immediately sounded, releasing endless sorrow. Both of his wings were crippled. He knew that this time he was finished. After losing his advantage in speed, he now had to face a supreme expert 9. With space raging ape at the pinnacle, he didn't see any chance of survival. How? After 2 consecutive strikes, Xueqing Huipeng's wings were broken. Yixian's heart, which had been in his throat, finally settled down completely. As his heart relaxed, space raging ape raised his head and let out a roar. He then turned to look at Xueqing Huipeng, who was more than 20 million miles away. His eyes shone fiercely. Didn't you say you were going to invite 1 or 2 universe masters to kill me? Now, why aren't you running? Chapter 44-49. Violent Ape. Don't push me too far. Looking at the ferocious space Violent Ape, who was dragging the big-headed black stick, walking slowly toward him, Blood Cloud Gray Rock shuddered. He tried to put up a strong front and shouted angrily. Push me too far? You're the one who came looking for me today, aren't you? Violent Ape looked at him with disdain, and his voice resounded through the space. Why? Are you the only one who can come here and not allow me to kill you? Since you have the guts to come here, you should be mentally prepared to be killed. I don't care where you're from, but you better know where I'm from. As the violent starry sky ape approached step by step, the blood cloud gray rock became increasingly uneasy. The light in its huge bloody eyes began to flicker. Even a murderous intent in his tone disappeared in an instant. It was as if he was persuading, patiently guiding Luo Feng. The forbidden land of Blood Sea, where I belong, is an intermediate supreme forbidden land. There are 2 universe masters guarding it, and one of them is even from my race. One of them is from my race. If you dare to kill me today, I'll definitely kill you one day. Violent Ape, I advise you not to make a mistake. Intermediate Supreme, Forbidden Land, Universe Master? So what? Unfortunately, these words didn't work on Xianxia at all. Previously, his target was undying emperors, but now, his target had risen to universe knights. Obviously, this wasn't the end. Soon, his hunting target would rise again, and he would reach the level of a universe master. Therefore, as far as Xianxia was concerned, the words that Blood Qing and Hui Peng had said at this moment were, at most, the first target he should lock onto after increasing the level of his next target. Blood Sea Forbidden Land? I'll remember it. Don't worry. Soon, I'll go there personally and take the body and blood of that elder of the same generation as you. As for now, this battle has been going on for too long. It's time to end it all. Long. When a voice was heard, Violent Ape was still 20 million miles away. However, at this moment, his eyes gleamed coldly and his shoulders weakened. He closed the distance between him and Blood Cloud Gray Rock to only 1,000 miles. About 10,000 miles. At this moment, the starry sky ferocious ape's right arm swung up high once more before smashing down fiercely. And the location that the shockingly huge cudgel had locked onto was actually the Blood Cloud Gray Rock's huge head. No. Bao Yuan, you will regret this. Seeing this, the light of despair flashed in Xueqing's eyes. He raised his head and let out an incomparably shrill howl. He was filled with hatred and anger. Boom. PFFF. Almost in the next instant, the big-headed black cudgel that was swung up high landed directly on the Blood Cloud Gray Rock's head, and a huge boom sounded in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the Blood Cloud Gray Rock's gigantic body exploded into a cloud of gray blood mist. It was as if the most violent hurricane had suddenly swept through this star field, causing ripples to appear in the void. Swish! Without any hesitation, Xianxia immediately waved his hand, and an invisible force spread out from his body. In the blink of an eye, it had already enveloped the void space within a radius of 10 million miles, sweeping in all the gray blood mist that had just spread out. After absorbing it into his body, he immediately sent it into the Shenong cauldron and threw it into the flame pool at the bottom of the central region volcano in the space within the cauldron to begin the refinement of the blood essence. This Blood Cloud Gray Rock's power had already reached the 7th level of Universe Night, and it was at the late stage of this level. At this moment, all the gray blood mist that had appeared after his body had exploded had been swept in, and not a single bit was left out. This way, when Xianxia started the refinement later on, the final night blood essence that he would obtain would not be of the highest grade, but it would at least be of the highest grade. This would be extremely helpful for Xianxia's subsequent refinement of the level 26 night level pill. Because of this, Xianxia was extremely happy. When the blood essence of this Blood Cloud Gray Rock is successfully refined, I'll have 3 pieces of night blood essence in my hands. After waving his hand and putting away the big-headed black rod, Xianxia's eyes gleamed as if he was deep in thought. He mumbled softly like he was sleep-talking. Although it's impossible to immediately start refining the level 26 night level pill after collecting 5 pieces of night blood essence, refining the level 26 night level pill wouldn't be possible. However, now that the level 25 night level pill has been refined, and my power has reached the 8th level of Emperor level Undying, I only need one more small breakthrough to be able to swallow the level 25 night level pill that I just refined not long ago and reach the night level in one fell swoop. This way, when I'm in the 8th form of 9 transformation demon ape, my power will reach the level of a 1st level universe master, and it'll be easier for me to kill universe knights. Without a doubt, by then, it won't take me long to collect 5 or even 10 pieces of night blood essence. From the looks of it, the deduction of the perfect pill formula for the level 26 treasure pill can't be delayed. Previously, I only planned to stay here for about 3 months to derive part of the pill formula. After that, I'll leave immediately after Old Pig comes out of seclusion. When I have time in the future, I'll complete the derivation, but now, it seems that the plan needs to be adjusted slightly. No matter what, I have to complete the derivation of the perfect level 26 treasure pill formula in one fell swoop. At this point, Xianxia didn't hesitate anymore. He wiped away all traces of the battle and the aura left behind by the blood cloud gray rock. Then, with a flash of his body, he rushed to the mouth of the cauldron that was shrouded in 9-colored fog and sat down cross-legged. After adjusting his state of mind, Xianxia quickly collected his thoughts and combined with the engulfing system in his body. He pushed the system's derivation and derivation ability to the maximum, and with the help of his 8th level Universe Knight level Godly Spirit, he started to derive the level 26 treasure pill formula. He started to derive the perfect level 26 pill formula. Previously, Xianxia had spent close to a year deriving the perfect level 25 treasure pill formula. This time, on one hand, Xianxia's power had reached the late-stage Universe Knight level, and his godly spirit was much, much stronger. On the other hand, it was because he had already derived part of the perfect level 26 treasure pill formula. Therefore, this time, he only used around 6 months to successfully deduce the perfect pill formula for the level 26 Supreme Pill. The perfect level 26 treasure pill formula? I've finally completed it successfully. Chapter 4450. Xiao. With a wave of his hand, Xianxia stood up and stored the Farmer God cauldron into his body. Then he broke free from the Farmer God 8th transformation state and returned to his 30-meter-tall ape form. His cultivation base also fell back to the peak of the 9th Order Monarch. At this time, a familiar throbbing came from his body. It was the movement of the Yen Luo. Xianxia's heart moved. With a wave of his hand, he directly took out the Yen Luo. Xiao. With a faint sound of breaking through the air, the treasure Luo whizzed out and expanded in the wind. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a 100-meter-long pink silk. It slowly rose and fell in the void in front of Xianxia, revealing an extremely powerful and mysterious aura. Almost at the same time, when the treasure Luo was taken out, Fairy Xia's voice sounded. It was gentle and pleasant. Hearing it, one's bones instantly felt lighter. Master, fortunately, we did not disappoint you. Recently, our cultivation base has risen again. We have recovered to the Immortal Emperor realm. Have I finally become an Immortal Emperor? Xianxia's eyes flashed, and a look of surprise appeared on his face, because this meant that from now on, he would have 7 Emperor's concubines by his side. He would no longer be a half-step Emperor. The gap between a real Emperor and a half-step Emperor was obviously huge. To have 7 beautiful Emperor's concubines by his side meant a lot to Xianxia. This was definitely an unparalleled weapon for showing off. The 7 desolate era beauties in the Yen Luo were Corpse Ancestor Hanba, Corpse Ancestor Hoqing, Desolate Lightning Mother, Mysterious Lady of the 9th Heaven, Nine-Tailed Fox, Celestial Phoenix Maiden, and Fairy Xianxia. In the distant Desolate Era, the 7 of them were known as the 7 Great Beauties of the Desolate Era. Later, an unprecedented war broke out, and the 7 Great Beauties all fell. However, each of them had a strand of consciousness that was sealed within the Desolate Era's heavy artifact, the smoke net. Countless years later, this treasure was obtained by Yi Xian, and during that time, they experienced all sorts of dangers. Now, the 7 great, gorgeous cultivators of the primordial era who were once renowned throughout the primordial era had finally reunited once more. Moreover, all of them had condensed their bloodline true bodies of this lifetime and successfully lived a second lifetime. Moreover, even their cultivations had recovered to the titled Emperor realm. All of this was related to Yi Xian's almost unlimited supply of all kinds of top-grade cultivation resources. It could be said that without him, it was hard to say whether the 7 great beauties would be able to reconstruct the treasure body of this life. Even though there was a strand of remnant soul left behind, it didn't have a physical body. Facing the coming Great Desolate Era, it probably wouldn't be able to survive at all and would eventually fall in this era. Of course, the 7 great, alluring cultivators were all almighty existences in the Desolation Era. Although they had regained their Emperor Realm cultivation, they were still a long way from the peak of their previous lives. After the Emperor Realm, it was the Universe Knight Realm, then the Universe Master Realm, then the Universe Supreme Realm. After that, they could reach the Desolate Era Realm. From the Emperor Realm to the Desolate Era Realm, there were 4 more realms. It could be said that the 7 great beauties still had a long way to go before they could recover to their previous life's peak. However, to Yi Xian, none of this was a problem. This was because the current him had already evolved the Shinnong Strange Flame within the Shinnong Cauldron to the peak of the 7-colored flame. The secret alchemy technique had also been perfected, so he could refine the legendary 9-colored divine medicine. Even the 8-color divine medicine that he'd refined before was far from being able to compare to the 9-color divine medicine. With a large amount of 9-color divine medicine, Yi Xian believed that the cultivation of the 7 great beauties would definitely be able to quickly recover to the peak of their previous lives. Of course, during this process, Yi Xian's own cultivation base would also increase rapidly. In fact, although the current Yi Xian was cultivating step by step, his speed had already surpassed that of the 7 great Empress concubines who had only recovered their cultivation from their previous lives. Xiao, 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 xiao. At this time, along with a faint sound of breaking air, 7 figures rushed out from the Yinluo and lined up in front of Yi Xian. These were the 7 great beauties who were famous in the Desolate Era. No matter which one of them, they were all existences with top-notch appearances and figures. What was even more eye-catching was that the 7 great beauties all had different temperaments. At this time, at a glance, it was as if it was not enough to grow a pair of eyes. This was not the first time Yi Xian saw the 7 great beauties gathered together. Even when he was in the demon dragon's carriage, the 7 great beauties had gathered around him and served him for a period of time. But at this time, he still could not control himself. His heartbeat was faintly accelerating, and even his breathing was rapid. His nose seemed to be faintly itchy, and blood seemed to be flowing out of his nose at any time. "Greetings, Master." Their figures suddenly appeared, and the 7 great beauties smiled and bowed to Yi Xian at the same time, softly calling him Master. Immediately after, they discovered Yi Xian's current cultivation strength. As a result, one soft cry after another sounded out like a tide. "Heavens, Master, your cultivation strength. So fast. Just now you just entered the Emperor Realm. How long has it been? We only went into seclusion once. Master, you're already at the peak of the 9th Order Emperor Realm?" The cultivation strength of us 7 sisters had already reached the Desolate Era's almighty level in our previous life. In this life, the reconstruction of the treasure body is only to recover the cultivation of our previous life, and the speed is already very fast. I didn't expect Master's speed to surpass us by far. With such talent, you are indeed worthy of being our master. It seems that in this life, even if the chaos of the Desolate Era descends again, we sisters will have someone to rely on and will not be like our previous life, dying with regret. We hope Master will pity us. Take pity on us. Puff. As they spoke, the 7 great beauties had already surrounded Yi Xian. One pinched him, one touched his waist, as if they did not believe that Yi Xian's cultivation strength had really reached the Ninth Order Emperor realm, and they had to personally verify it. It was as if. Moreover, the 7 great beauties spoke pitifully, but between their eyebrows, there was a clear, teasing light, and from time to time, they would laugh coquettishly. There are even some who pursed their lips to hold back their laughter. This scene made Yi Xian suddenly feel a little pain in his liver, and his face turned purple, and he almost vomited a mouthful of old blood on the spot. Damn, he was actually teased by the 7 great beauties. This was simply... How could he endure it? All right, stop fooling around. I know what you mean. In depression, Yi Xian speechlessly rolled his eyes, then waved his hand, and directly took out a large amount of 9-color divine medicine from the sealed cave at the bottom of the volcano in the central region of the space inside the Shinnon cauldron. He divided it into 7 portions, and each portion was tens of thousands of cubic meters. This directly caused the batch of 9-color divine medicine that Yi Xian had refined to be reduced by half, like a huge mountain peak, at least 1/5 of it. Swish. Swish, swish, swish. Chapter 4451. See, this is a 9-colored godly medicine? That's right, 9 perfect colors. This is definitely a 9-colored godly medicine. Even the prehistoric era, this was a top-tier medicine. Not only is it suitable for the ancient beings, but it's also suitable for the ancient supreme beings. Master, has your Shun Nong strange flame evolved to the pinnacle of 9-colored flames? Otherwise, you would never be able to make a 9-colored godly medicine. With these 9-colored godly medicines, our recovery speed will increase tremendously. I believe it won't be long before we can break through from the initial stage to the peak Emperor realm. It's even possible for me to become a universe knight. Luo Feng muttered to himself. Tens of thousands of cubic meters, each of them. Woo! Master, you're so good to us. Hugs. Seeing the 7 canopies of a 9-colored divine medicine, the 7 girls all became excited. The most mischievous 9-tailed heavenly fox wrinkled her nose, opened her arms with tears in her eyes, and hugged Yi Xianxia. At this moment, her arms were wide open, and her chest was high. If she really gave Yi Xian a bear hug, cough, cough, cough. Thinking of this scene, Yi Xian immediately coughed, and his nose began to heat up. What a bunch of demons. He had to be careful at all times, or he would fall into their trap. How embarrassing. All right, quickly keep these 9-colored godly medicines and enter the treasure Luo space to recover. Seeing the 7 girls looking at him and coughing, Yi Xian was speechless. Knowing that he was being teased again, he sighed and hurried to chase them away. Perhaps it was because the temptation of these 10,000 cubic meters worth of 9-colored godly medicines was too great. This time, the 7 girls did not delay any longer. After making funny faces at Yi Xian, they waved their hands one after another and kept their 9-colored godly medicines. After which, they turned into streaks of light and rushed back into Yen Luo. Shio! With a wave of his hand, Yi Xian kept Yen Luo. Then, as if thinking of something, he immediately sent another 5,000 cubic meters worth of 9-colored godly medicines into the space of Mo Long's imperial carriage. Inside, the old fox ferret was still in seclusion. Yi Xian sent in 5,000 cubic meters worth of 9-colored godly medicines, which was enough for him to break through to the Emperor realm. Brother Bao Yuan, I didn't expect you to have such good luck with women. Just as he finished all this, a figure suddenly appeared in the distance. It was Old Pig Demon. At this moment, this old man had a shifty look on his face. One look, one could tell he was up to no good. Calculating the time, he should have broken through 2 to 3 months ago. After coming out of seclusion, he stayed nearby to protect Yi Xian. However, just now, when Yi Xian stepped out of the Shinnon cauldron, this old man did not appear immediately. He was most likely hiding in the distance, peeping at Yi Xian being teased by the 7 beauties. Thinking of this, Yi Xian gloomily glared at the old pig spirit. Seeing that his cultivation had indeed successfully broken through and was now at the first level of the universe sovereign, he nodded his head in satisfaction. After which, he said, "You have already broken through. There is no reason for this Star Master to stay in the Emperor realm. Let's stay here for a while longer. After breaking through to the Night realm, we shall continue on our journey. After which, Xian did not hesitate at all. He did not even bother with Old Pig Demon anymore. He immediately flew away and headed towards the abandoned star where Old Pig Demon had been in seclusion. With a flash of his body, Xian rushed into the core of this abandoned star and sat down cross-legged, preparing to break through. Xiao. Xiao, xiao, xiao. Very quickly, the sound of air breaking rang out one after another. They were all resources that Xian took out from the undying world within his body. This included a 9-color ball with a diameter of 1,000 meters. There was a strange fragrance that was so thick that it made one's hair stand on end. This liquid ball was filled with 9-colored godly medicines. After which, he took out a large amount of other resources, such as the 10 drops of all evil origin liquid. After which, Xian activated the domain power of the Shinnon Cauldron and compressed it to the size of an infant's fist. It looked bright red, just like a strange pill that was extremely fragrant and sweet. With a wave of his hand, he swallowed this blood-red pill that was compressed from a large amount of resources. Without any hesitation, after finishing all this, he waved his hand and took out the Shinnon Cauldron. With one step, he arrived at the entrance of the cauldron, which was shrouded in 9-colored fog. Without hesitation, he closed his eyes again and sat down cross-legged, starting a new round of breakthrough. Walala! Almost in the next instant, the sound of chains covering the sky and earth rang out loudly in Xian's body. This time, there was only one shackle that appeared in his body. As for what happened next, Xian was already familiar with it. He immediately activated the huge river of energy that had just formed in his body and began to circulate it in the hundreds of meridians in his treasure body, accumulating energy. In the end, when all the energy was refined, the chain broke with a single impact. As this extremely thick shackle chain finally broke completely, the anticipated system notification sounded in Xian's mind very quickly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the ancient Dongshu mantra. Current realm. Great circle of the 9th stage of Immortal Emperor. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the physical body chi and blood. Current realm. Great circle of the 9th stage of Immortal Emperor. With this breakthrough, Xian's combat power rose again and finally reached the pinnacle of the Immortal Emperor level. Before this, his original body strength was only at the 8th stage of Immortal Emperor level. Once he activated the power of the ancient demon ape bloodline in his body, he could instantly reach the 9th stage of Immortal Emperor level. Great circle of the 9th stage of Immortal Emperor level. If he were to use the 9 transformations of the demon ape again and reach the 8th transformation, his battle prowess would immediately soar to the 8th level of the universe sovereign realm. But now, after activating the demon ape bloodline in his body, Xian would instantly possess the strength of a 1st level venerable. If he used the 9 demon ape bloodline ability again and directly entered the 8th stage of Immortal Emperor level, his peak combat power would reach the 9th stage of Universe Knight level. This was already the pinnacle of the Universe Knight level, so his combat power would soar by a large margin. However, this was obviously not the end, because with his current strength, if he took another step forward, he could instantly break through to the next level. The extent of the increase in his combat power could be said to be terrifying. Therefore, Xian's target for this breakthrough was to reach the Universe Knight level in his original body's normal state. Xiao, 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 xiao. Without any hesitation or intention to rest, Xian waved his hand again and took out the 2nd batch of cultivation resources that he had prepared beforehand from the undying world and the internal space of the Shinnon Cauldron. Chapter 4452. Oh, as he swallowed the 2nd batch of top-notch resources, there was an earth-shattering roar within Xian's body. There was also the terrifying sound of chains. This time, Xian wanted to break through the shackles of a night, so the sound was naturally different. An extremely thick shackle chain appeared at the chest area of his physical body, and the sound of chains rattling could be heard continuously. This thick chain represented the level of a knight. Once it was torn apart, Yi Xian would instantly become an emperor-level undying. Very quickly, as he urged the huge river of energy within his body, he endured the intense pain he had never experienced before and continued to break through. Finally, there was a loud clang, and the shackle chain at the chest area of his body was finally broken. The anticipated system notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for making a breakthrough in the realm of the ancient cave void technique. Current realm, level 1 Universe Knight. Ding! Congratulations to the host for making a breakthrough in the realm of your physical body energy. Current realm, level 1 Universe Knight. With this breakthrough, once Yi Xian activated the devil-ape bloodline within his body, he would instantly possess the combat power of a level 2 Universe Knight. If he entered the 8th transformation of the devil-ape, his peak combat power would reach the combat power of a level 1 Universe Master. Finally, he would have the combat power of a Universe Master in advance. This way, Yi Xian would even be qualified to enter the Intermediate Supreme Forbidden Area. After all, in the 8th transformation of the Devil Ape, his cultivation level would only be a level 1 Universe Master. However, with the addition of the terrifying power of blood within his gigantic body, Yi Xian's true combat power would not be weaker than a level 2 Universe Master. Even if it was the 3rd level of this realm, he could still fight them head-on and barely avoid defeat. In other words, the current Yi Xian would not be afraid of a Universe Master at the initial stage. As long as he did not meet a terrifying great being at the middle stage, he would be able to do whatever he wanted. The significance of this breakthrough was too great. Yi Xian raised his head and let out an incomparably excited and joyful howl. With a wave of his hand, he put away the Shun Gnome cauldron and stepped out of the star core. His entire body was glowing with a purple-gold light. From this moment on, he was a Universe Knight. Boom! Rumble. Almost in the next moment, a large number of black tribulation clouds surged from the void of the universe outside the star with life under his feet. After all, this was the heavenly tribulation of a venerable. It was no small matter. Therefore, the number of heavenly tribulation clouds was so large that it made one's hair stand on end. They covered the entire planet. It was as if there was a second layer of black atmosphere outside the original atmosphere. However, Yi Xian was not afraid at all. What he wanted now was to be baptized by a wave of thunder tribulation. Yi Xian did not take the thunder tribulation seriously at all. Roar! He raised his head and roared. At this moment, his hair fluttered in the wind. The aura in his body was completely activated. His entire person was like the hottest human-shaped star. Endless light was blooming from his body treasure, passing through the 1.08 billion pores on the surface of his body. It shot out. Kacha! An ear-piercing crisp sound was heard. The heavenly tribulation clouds in the sky surged even more violently in an instant. After a short breath, an incomparably thick purple-gold lightning struck down. Raidi's seal. With a wave of his hand, Yi Xian let out a soft cry. The Raidi seal hanging above his sea of consciousness shot out. In the next moment, the Raidi seal flew up. An incomparably high-pitched howl resounded from the Emperor's seal. This was the thunder spirit of the Emperor's seal rejoicing. To it, this kind of venerable tribulation was the best opportunity to temper itself. The thunder spirit of the Emperor Seal had long broken through to the Emperor level. And this time, after sensing the powerful aura of the venerable tribulation, the thunder spirit of the Emperor Seal rejoiced again. Because this lightning tribulation wasn't only Yi Xian's fortuitous encounter, it was also his fortuitous encounter. After the baptism of the lightning tribulation, the Thunder Emperor Seal would become even more powerful, and the Thunder Spirit of the Emperor Seal would most likely break through to become an immortal emperor. The benefits were so great that it was naturally incomparably excited. It had a feeling that it could not hold back and wanted to rush out. It's still the same old rules. There are still 3 waves of purple-gold lightning in the Venerable Tribulation. This Star Master only needs the last wave. The first 2 waves will be left to you and the Emperor's seal. With a faint smile, Yi Xian's firm voice came out of his mouth as he distributed the 3 waves of thunder tribulation that were about to descend above his head. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, the first wave of Emperor Tribulation lightning above his head had already struck down. Although it fell towards Yi Xian's head, it did not leak out at all. It was all absorbed by the Rai-Di seal. This time, the thunder spirit of the Emperor's seal was satisfied enough. Once again, the thunder spirit of the Emperor's seal let out a joyful cry. At this time, in the sky above his head, a second loud, crackling sound came. This time, a purple-gold lightning that was thicker than the previous one, reaching a height of 300 meters, instantly rushed over. Facing this wave of thunder tribulation, Yi Xian still did not move. With his hands behind his back, he let the Rai-Di seal above his head absorb the second wave of lightning. Almost at the next moment, an even more joyful and tyrannical cry came from the Emperor's seal, revealing a half-step Emperor-level aura. This time, although the thunder spirit of the Emperor's seal did not directly break through to the next realm, it was almost there. After a period of digestion, it would definitely break through. Kacha! The last wave of tribulation, lightning, quickly struck down. Its power was even more terrifying. Although it was still purple-gold in color, its diameter had increased by more than 10 times, giving people the feeling that it was going to destroy the heavens and earth. Towards this, Yi Xian was still calm and fearless. After curling his lips, he waved his hand and kept the Rai-Di seal into his body. Immediately after, his figure flashed, and he directly rushed towards the terrifying tribulation cloud above his head that enveloped the endless void. Screech! Under the agitation of his emotions, the violent ape let out a long howl. Without dodging or dodging, his figure shot out amidst the violent howls and charged head-on. In the blink of an eye, he entered the tribulation lightning and was completely submerged. Rumble! This scene was too shocking. Within the extremely vast violet-gold tribulation cloud, numerous terrifying explosions resounded incessantly from the beginning until the end. The vast void within a radius of tens of millions of miles was completely enveloped by the sea of purple-gold lightning. Even the galaxy was trembling slightly, as if it could collapse at any time. This wave of thunder tribulation raged for dozens of breaths before the vast sea of lightning above his head finally disappeared completely. The vast void of tens of millions of miles was thus cleared. Whoosh! A faint sound of breaking through the air rang out. In the next moment, Yi Xian walked out from the void high in the sky. There was not a single trace on his body, but there was not a single wound on his treasure body. It was shining brightly, exuding an endless aura of a venerable, majestic in all directions. Chapter 4453. That's right. I am from the human race. Why? Is there a problem? With a wave of his hand, a purple-gold robe appeared on Yi Xian's body. Stars were evolving on it, and life force was disappearing and disappearing. He gave off an endless night energy. At that moment, even if he was just standing in the void space, he gave off an invisible aura. He had the temperament of a master. Damn, you humans are so pretentious. Seeing this, Old Pig Spirit looked down at his own black-skinned pig head. It was so wretched. Old Pig Spirit rolled his eyes and said, "We are all universe knights, but why are you so good-looking? Why don't you have a good temperament?" "But I, Old Pig, am." Yi Xian suppressed his laughter and shook his head solemnly. He sighed. "Can't help it. This is the difference between a human and a pig." Old Pig was so angry that he kept stomping his feet. He raised his head and let out an angry roar, but he didn't dare rush up to Yi Xian to reason with him. This was because he knew that even though Yi Xian was the same as him and had the strength of a level 1 universe knight, he still had that mysterious bloodline ability that he hadn't used yet. Once it was used, he would transform into a terrifyingly huge space-raging ape, and his power would soar by a huge realm, reaching Thinking about this, Old Pig was shocked. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Brother, you are now a Universe Knight. Does that mean that once you activate the bloodline ability in your body, you will instantly have the terrifying power of a Universe Master?" This time, Yixian nodded casually. "Indeed, but it is only a Universe Master. It is nothing." Pooh! Old Pig suffered another 10,000 points of damage. He had just broken through to Universe Knight, and now he could instantly possess the terrifying power of a Universe Master. How could he be so shameless as to say that it was nothing? This was simply a beast. That's not right. After a while, Old Pig seemed to have thought of something. He turned to Yixian and said, "Since you are from the human race, why do you have that terrifying bloodline ability? In fact, even the space-raging ape doesn't have it. Have you heard of the Blood Slaughter Lion? My 9 transformations of the demonic ape was derived from the 9 transformations of the Berserk Lion clan." Yixian nodded and continued. "However, the Blood Slaughter Lion's 9 Berserk Lion transformations divine ability can only be maintained for a certain period of time. Once it is injured, it will fall out of its divine ability state. However, after this Star-Lord obtained the 9 Berserk Lion transformations divine ability, through my heaven-defying deduction abilities, I forcibly modified and perfected this divine ability. Not only is it compatible with the Devil Ape bloodline that this Star-Lord obtained by chance, it has even reached perfection. There is a time limit to the divine ability. As long as you don't die, you can always maintain the divine ability state. There's actually such a good thing." Hearing this, the pig spirit was so excited that his eyes turned green. The bloodthirsty lion is a powerful ancient species. It is said that during the War of the Ancients, there was a powerful lion that had the terrifying cultivation of a supreme ancient being. However, their bloodline divine ability, the 9 Berserk Lion transformations, is indeed, as you said, not perfect. Brother, you are really a monster. You forcibly modified the bloodline divine ability of another species. Not only did you make it compatible with your own body and bloodline, you even perfected it and made it reach perfection. Since you have this ability, why not change it from the current 9 transformations of the demonic ape to the 9 transformations of the demonic pig? Since we are brothers, let me teach you." As he spoke, the pig spirit did the same thing again. With saliva dripping from his mouth, he moved closer to Yixian like a pig. He stood up on his hind legs and was about to give him a bear hug. "Stop." Yixian's face turned green as he quickly stopped the pig spirit. After pondering for a moment, he continued, "This matter is not completely impossible. Forget it. For the sake of the primordial porcupine, let's give it a try. It just so happens that you can directly pass it to him in the future. However, I have only comprehended the 8th transformation of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape. If I want to change it to the 9 transformations of the demonic pig, I will need to fully comprehend the current 9 transformations of the demonic ape. Therefore, you can only wait for a while. When I fully comprehend the 9 transformations of the demonic ape, I will naturally be able to help you with the 9 transformations of the demonic pig. But let me say this first. I will only help you deduce the first 3 transformations. You'll have to figure out the rest yourself. No problem. The first 3 transformations will increase my combat power by 1 level. Coupled with the additional level of combat power from activating the 9 transformations of the demonic pig, this will be the 4th level. TSK, 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 half a realm. I am satisfied. I will slowly figure out the rest in the future." Seeing that Yixian had agreed, Old Pig was so excited that he jumped up and down. After that, he changed the topic and looked like he was about to pounce on Yixian. "Brother, why don't we start now? You have already comprehended the first 8 transformations, and only the 9th is left. Since you will comprehend it sooner or later, why don't you start now? Old Pig will protect you." "That's fine. Now that I have become a knight and activated the 8th transformation, I will have the power of a universe master. With the power of my godly spirit at this level, coupled with, at this point, Yixian made a decision. It will take at most half a month to deduce the final 9th transformation, Without hesitation, he activated the bloodline ability of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape and displayed it to the 8th transformation. There was a loud rumble, and in the blink of an eye, Xianxia transformed into a 30-zhang tall space, raging ape. Then his body expanded again, and in half a breath, he reached a height of 6 million miles. And the aura emanating from his body had reached the level of a first-level universe master. Seeing this, Old Pig's expression changed drastically, and he retreated in shock. In the blink of an eye, he was tens of millions of miles away. Even though he was already a universe knight, he still didn't dare to face the terrifying power of a universe master head-on. At the end of the cultivation level, the difference of a small level was like the difference between heaven and earth, not to mention that the difference between him and Xianxia was an entire realm. At this moment, as Old Pig retreated into the distance with an expression of envy and fear, Xianxia sat down cross-legged in the void space and closed his eyes. Cooperating with the devouring system in his body, he displayed the ultimate transformation of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape bloodline ability. Deduce, the power of a universe master's godly spirit was indeed terrifying. If it had been before, Xianxia would have needed at least a year to deduce the bloodline ability of the 9th transformation. But now it only took him 13 days. After 13 days, Xianxia opened his eyes, and there was a flash of surprise in the depths of his eyes. Chapter 4454. The next moment, Xianxia's eyes gleamed coldly. Without hesitation, he raised his head and roared. 9 transformations of demonic ape. 9th transformation. Pung. As soon as he finished speaking, a huge explosion sounded out. In the blink of an eye, Xianxia's body expanded explosively. His speed was so fast that it made one's hair stand on end. The power in his body was rolling like a roaring river. His limbs and bones were surging with an endless amount of ferocity. Moreover, a strand of an unimaginably powerful and terrifying aura surged out from it. In less than a tenth of a breath of time, its figure that had already attained a height of 3 million kilometers had expanded at a horrifying speed, and it expanded explosively by 10 times once more. Visible to the naked eye, he had already reached a height of 30 billion feet. That was 60 million miles. Moreover, at the same time that his body expanded, the cultivation aura emanating from Xianxia's body also rose at the same speed. In half a breath of time, he had already gone from the first level of the Universe Master to the second level of the Universe Master. Second level of a Universe Master. If one were to include the 60 million miles huge body of Xianxia's 9 transformation, the current him was equivalent to a third level of a Universe Master. A Universe Master at the beginning stage was definitely an invincible being. Even a Universe Master at the 4th level would be able to fight him head-on, and he would barely be able to avoid defeat. Oh my God. This scene fell into the eyes of Old Pig Demon, who had already retreated tens of millions of miles away. In an instant, he let out a cry of surprise and retreated tens of millions of miles. As Xianxia executed the 9th transformation of demonic ape, his body, which was originally only 6 million miles, suddenly expanded by 10 times, reaching a height of 60 million miles. During this process of expansion, there were 2 abandoned stars along the way, and they were crushed by Xianxia's terrifying body. After reaching a height of 60 million miles, Xianxia, who was originally very far away from Old Pig Demon, closed in an instant. The distance between them was only a few million miles. This was simply too dangerous. If Old Pig Demon had been a few million miles closer, he would have been crushed by Xianxia's rapidly expanding body. If that was really the case, even if he did not instantly turn into fine cosmic dust like the 2 abandoned planets that were crushed just now, he would still be seriously injured on the spot. After recovering from the shock, Old Pig Demon quickly rushed back, and his face was filled with excitement. Brother Violent Ape, congratulations. You finally completely mastered the bloodline ability of 9 transformations of demonic ape. Halfway through his speech, his eyes slowly turned green. He licked the corner of his mouth, and said with a bashful face, "Why don't you start deducing now and help me make the 9 transformations of the demonic pig? I just need to master the first 3 transformations. It shouldn't be too difficult, right?" Yixian stared at him, and his eyes, which were as huge as shooting stars, scared old pig demon so much that he retreated quickly. Yixian quickly closed his eyes and unleashed the derivation ability of the swallowing system in his body to the fullest. In addition, he now had the terrifying godly consciousness of a second-level universe master. He unleashed it together and started to use 9 transformations of demonic ape as a blueprint to deduce the so-called 9 transformations of demonic ape. Maybe it was because Yixian's godly consciousness power was too terrifying as a universe master. And with the thorough comprehension of 9 transformations of demonic ape, he had completely comprehended the bloodline ability of 9 transformations of demonic ape. Hence, even if he were to change this bloodline ability to the 9 transformations of demonic ape to suit the race of space porcupines, for Yixian, it actually went extremely smoothly as well. It only took 2 days for the basic prototype of 9 transformations of demonic ape to take shape. Another day was spent, and Yixian deduced the first transformation of demonic ape. The second transformation took 3 days. Finally, it took another 4 days for the third transformation of demonic ape to be successfully deduced from beginning to end. It only took him 10 days to deduce the first 3 transformations of 9 transformations of demonic ape. At this point, Yixian stopped and opened his eyes. The following 6 transformations would require more and more time to deduce, and Yixian didn't have the time to do it for him. He had already paved the way for Old Pig, and the rest of the derivation would be done by him. Very quickly, when he saw Yixian open his eyes, the eyes of the Old Pig spirit, who had been waiting in the air for a long time, lit up. He raised his 4 hooves and immediately rushed over. His face was filled with a brilliant smile, and the saliva at the corner of his mouth was dripping nonstop xiao. Without waiting for him to speak, Yixian waved his hand and shot a ray of light directly into Old Pig's glabella. This ray of light contained the outline of 9 transformations of demonic ape, as well as the essence of the first 3 transformations. Howl! As the ray of light shot into Old Pig's glabella, Old Pig immediately roared excitedly. Without hesitation, he sat down in the void space. This was clearly the rhythm of comprehending immediately. Seeing this scene, Yixian broke free from the devil ape's 9th transformation with a thought and returned to the appearance of a 30-meter tall, starry sky berserk ape. The strength of a second-level universe master within his body also fell back to the second level of the venerable realm. Yixian didn't leave. He stayed in the void space in the distance to protect Old Pig. Time passed slowly, and in just half a day, Old Pig opened his eyes. Howl! 9 transformations of demonic ape. With excitement, he raised his head and roared, directly activating the bloodline power of 9 transformations of demonic ape that he had just comprehended. In an instant, his huge body, which was originally 30 million meters tall, shrank to a size of 30 meters in the blink of an eye, turning into a mini black pig. However, although his body size had shrunk, his original power of a first-level universe master had increased by 1 level, reaching the current second-level universe master. This was the uniqueness of activating this bloodline power. In the beginning, no matter how big your body size was, you would shrink to a size of 30 meters. This was a preparation for the subsequent 9 transformations to strengthen the foundation. 9 transformations of demonic ape. First transformation. Old Pig didn't continue. He roared furiously and continuously. 9 transformations of demonic ape. Second transformation. 9 transformations of demonic ape. Third transformation. 3 transformations in succession. With each roar, Old Pig's body immediately increased by 10 times. From 30 meters tall, he first grew to 300 meters, then 3,000 meters, and finally stopped at 30,000 meters. Compared to his previous size of 30 million meters, His body size of 30,000 meters was indeed very inconspicuous. But in fact, the power in his body had increased by 3 small levels. Now he had reached the 5th level Universe Master. Previously, he was just a beginner Universe Master, but now, in the blink of an eye, he had reached the intermediate Universe Master level. This change made Old Pig wild with joy. He raised his head and roared furiously. At that moment, he was in high spirits and was in high spirits. Brother Bao Yuan, this feels so good. I've never felt so good in my entire life. After a while, the Old Pig finally stopped. He shook his head and sighed. I didn't know how long it would take me to break through to the next level. I didn't expect that I would be able to break through to the next level in just a few breaths' time. This is simply a dream. Chapter 4455. Like Voracious Wolf Forbidden Land, Green Dome Forbidden Land was also a Beginner Supreme Forbidden Land, and there were 2 Universe Knights guarding Green Dome Forbidden Land as well. Although one was a middle stage Universe Knight, and the other was a late stage Universe Knight, they were extremely powerful. If it had been before, Xianxia and Old Pig together might not have been able to kill them. However, now that Xianxia had the power of a Universe Master, it was no longer a problem. However, before that, there's one more thing to solve, and that's the Subblood Greedy Wolf in Voracious Wolf Forbidden Land. After making the decision, Xianxia turned to Old Pig and said, "This Subblood Greedy Wolf is only a 5th stage Universe Knight. Killing it now is just a matter of convenience." Just as he finished speaking, Old Pig broke free from the 3rd transformation of Demonic Pig, but he was still in the state of activating the bloodline of 9 transformations of Demonic Pig. Hence, his body size was the same as Xianxia's, which was about 30 meters tall, and both of them were 2nd stage Universe Knights. 2 2nd stage Universe Knights walking side by side in the void space were absolutely domineering, and no one dared to provoke them. What's more, once Xianxia used the 9 transformation of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape, his cultivation would instantly soar by a large realm, and he would possess the battle prowess of a 2nd level Universe Master. Thus, the 2 of them didn't have any fear at all. Immediately, Xianxia gave the order to the devouring system in his body and used all his strength to deduce the perfect pill formula for the level 27 Sovereign Treasure Pill. Then, together with the Old Pig spirit, his body turned into a ray of light and shot towards the Greedy Wolf Forbidden Area. Within a year, Voracious Wolf Forbidden Land had regained its former peace. Although the void-ripping demonic tiger guarding the Forbidden Land had been killed, and they had lost 1 Universe Knight, the Subblood Greedy Wolf had turned his anger into motivation. In the past year, he had successfully broken through to the 6th level of the Night Realm. He was only 1 level away from becoming a late-stage Universe Knight. Although there was 1 less Universe Knight, there was still 1 late-stage Universe Knight guarding the Forbidden Land, which could barely guarantee the safety of Voracious Wolf Forbidden Land. The only thing missing was the lack of emperors. Previously, all the emperors in Voracious Wolf Forbidden Land had been killed by Xianxia. Even though a year had passed, the Subblood Greedy Wolf had spent a large amount of top-tier resources on Xianxia, and after Xianxia left, more than 10 emperors had returned one after another. Among the emperors of the late-stage Universe Knight. However, up until now, there was still not a single titled emperor in the Voracious Wolf Forbidden Zone, other than the 6th level Venerable Subblood Voracious Wolf. The strongest ones below him were merely the 3 emperors at the 9th level of the pinnacle. It would take at least several hundred years for this level of titled monarch strength to return to its original scale. However, a few hundred years was nothing to a forbidden zone of this level. The Subblood Greedy Wolf wasn't in a hurry. He had calmed down and was very confident that the forbidden zone would recover. The only thing that made him feel uneasy was the mysterious being that had killed the Rift Demon Tiger and all the other Undyings in the forbidden area. He still didn't know anything about that being. He didn't even know if the other party would come back. Regarding this, he felt both uneasy and expectant. According to his judgment, the Starry Sky Violent Ape was only at the early stage of the Martial Highness realm. If it really came back, the Voracious Wolf Forbidden Area would be in chaos again. However, for the Subblood Voracious Wolf, Not only would it help the space-splitting demonic tiger take revenge, he could even vent the hatred in his heart. Unfortunately, he didn't know where the enemy was, so he couldn't do anything about it. Xiao! Xiao! Two faint whooshes were heard. Then, two rays of light rushed into the voracious wolf forbidden land from the universe void outside the forbidden land at an astonishing speed. After stopping abruptly in the central region of Greedy Wolf Forbidden Zone, two figures appeared. One was a black skin-boar beast, and the other was a starry sky raging ape. They were both about 30 meters tall, and the auras emanating from their bodies indicated that they were both second-level universe knights. The two figures that shot over and entered the voracious wolf forbidden area were Xianxia and the old pig spirit. At this moment, with the arrival of the two of them, because they did not deliberately conceal their cultivation auras, they instantly alarmed the entire voracious wolf forbidden zone. At this moment, countless beasts from the forbidden grounds of the Greedy Wolf forbidden area rushed out of the atmosphere of their respective planets and gathered in the air, eyeing Xianxia and the old pig spirit covetously. Although they had different levels of cultivation, they were all like ants in front of Xianxia and Old Boar. The reason why they were so confident was obviously because the strongest person in the forbidden area, Subblood Wolf Tan, was currently inside the forbidden area, giving these fierce beasts endless confidence. Oh, almost in the next instant, an extremely shrill howl of a wolf rang out from a gigantic, ferocious beastar in the distance. Faintly, there's also a faint feeling of excitement in the howl of a wolf. Then, a voice was heard. It was the voice of the Subblood Wolf. Raging Ape, I didn't expect you to dare to come back. TSK, 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 you're only at the second level of the Universe Knight level? If so, what can you do even if you have a helper? I made a breakthrough not long ago, and now I'm at the 6th level of the Universe Knight level. Even if I was only at the 5th level of the Universe Knight level before, I could still kill you too at the 2nd level of the Universe Knight level at the same time, let alone now. You don't stand a chance. Oh, as the voice of the divine sense finished speaking, a long, mournful howl came from the giant star in the distance. A huge Subblood greedy wolf rushed out of the star like a shooting star. The atmosphere of the entire planet was stirred up and surging. 6th level? This is quite interesting. This is already at the peak of the middle stage of the Venerable Realm, and is only one step away from the late stage of the Venerable Realm. Xianxia nodded as he stood in the air. He sized up the roaring, inferior blood-greedy wolf a few times before grinning. It seems that the quality of this venerable blood essence that I obtained this time is also extremely extraordinary. Even though it's far from the supreme grade, but it's not too far away. Roar! Raging Ape! Are you courting death? How dare you provoke me at a time like this? Although the Subblood Wolf did not know what the venerable blood essence that Xianxia was talking about was, it knew that it was definitely not something good and was most likely related to him. He was furious. He raised his head and roared again. Then he leaped and pounced at Xianxia with his claws raised. Roar! Chapter 4456. 9 Transformations of Demonic Pig. 3rd Transformation. Old Pig Demon entered the 3rd transformation of 9 transformations of Demonic Pig, and his body grew from 30 meters tall to 30 meters tall in the blink of an eye. Compared to the Subblood greedy wolf in front of him, which was 30 million meters tall, Old Pig Spirit's body was indeed insignificant. However, the power within Old Pig Spirit's body had skyrocketed by 3 small levels. Today, he had already reached the 5th level of the Universe Knight realm. Previously, he had just become a knight, but now, in the blink of an eye, he had reached the middle level of the knight. This change caused the Old Pig Spirit to be in high spirits. Although he was still a small realm weaker than the 6th rank Venerable Subblood Greedy Wolf, the key was that this feeling of showing off made him feel extremely smug. In fact, the Subblood Greedy Wolf in front of them was indeed frightened by this scene. His body stopped abruptly in the void space of the Forbidden Land almost 100 million miles away, and his face was full of shock. He exclaimed, 9 transformations of demonic pig? What kind of bloodline power is this? I've never heard of it. It increased by 3 small levels in one go, and the third transformation is already so powerful. Could it be that one transformation is 1 level higher? Old Pig Demon was even more smug when he heard this. He raised his front hooves excitedly and stood up like a human. He said smugly, "Little wolf, now you know how powerful I am? Today, Old Pig Demon and Brother Violent Ape will *King kill you." Woo! The subblood greedy wolf was furious. He raised his head and let out a long howl, and the expression on his face became ferocious. However, he gradually calmed down. He looked at Xian and Old Pig Demon and sneered. "So what if you're a 5th level knight? You won't be able to maintain your power for long. Even if you have it all the time, you're still 1 small level lower than me. Even if you have a 2nd level knight, you won't be my match. Hee. Don't tell me that Violent Ape also knows this bloodline power? Since it's the 9 transformations of demonic pig, how can he have the bloodline of demonic pig?" That's right, this Star-Lord doesn't know the 9 transformations of the demonic ape. Hearing these words, Xian almost laughed out loud. However, the expression on his face remained cold as he indifferently glanced at the subblood greedy wolf. Halfway through his sentence, he changed the topic and said, "But this Star-Lord knows the 9 transformations of the demonic ape." Roar! 9 transformations of the devil ape. 8th transformation. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, a huge explosion was heard. In the blink of an eye, Xian's body expanded explosively, his speed so fast that it made one's hair stand on end. The power in his body surged like a roaring river. His limbs and bones surged with boundless ferocity, and an unimaginably vast and terrifying aura surged out. In less than a tenth of a breath's time, its body, which was originally only 100 feet tall, began to rapidly expand at a speed that made one's hair stand on end. In the blink of an eye, it had already reached a height of 1 billion feet. In other words, it was 6 million kilometers. It was more than a gigantic star. In addition, at the same time that his body expanded, the cultivation aura emanating from Xian's body also rose at the same speed. In half a breath of time, he had already gone from a 2nd level of the Venerable Realm to the 1st level of the Universe Master Realm. And this was the result of him only performing the 9 Devil Ape transformations bloodline power to the 8th transformation. Otherwise, if he had directly performed the 9th transformation, Xian would instantly possess the terrifying combat power of 2nd level Universe Master. But in fact, just being a 1st level Universe Master was enough to easily crush the subblood greedy wolf. It was completely like a game. There's really the 9 Devil Ape transformations, and it actually reached the 8th transformation. Pooh! Seeing this scene, the subblood greedy wolf's eyes widened in an instant. His face was full of shock, and he was so angry that he almost spat out blood on the spot. After being stunned for a while, he raised his head and let out a roar of grief and indignation. Cheating! This is blatant cheating. Why is it that one of you can perform the 9 Devil Ape transformations and the other can perform the 9 Devil Pig transformations, but I can't perform the 9 Devil Wolf transformations? These words really made people speechless. Even Xian and Old Pig did not expect him to suddenly ask such a question, and they were stunned on the spot. And just as the two of them were stunned, they raised their heads and let out a long howl of grief and indignation. At this moment, the subblood greedy wolf, who was 100 million miles away, suddenly turned around and dashed toward the void space in the distance without hesitation. Although he was shocked and indignant, he was still very clear about the situation in front of him. Old Pig could at most contend with him for a while, but Xian was different. Now that he had the terrifying combat power of a universe master, even if it was just one punch, the subblood greedy wolf would not be able to withstand it. No matter how much grief and indignation he felt, it was not as important as his own life. Realizing this, he turned around and left. He wanted to take advantage of the moment when Xian and Old Pig were unprepared to escape. Unfortunately, this was only his wishful thinking. Facing a universe master who was only 100 million miles away in the starry sky, it was obviously too late for him to escape. You are clever, but unfortunately, power determines everything. Today's deadlock is destined to be unsolvable. Violent Star Ape's eyes flashed, and with a flash of his body, he crossed the 100 million miles of void space and blocked the path of the sub-blood greedy wolf, who was in a hurry to escape. Home! In the next instant, the violent Ape of Stars suddenly threw out a punch, and a huge rumbling sound came from the void. The sub-blood greedy wolf not far in front of it let out a wail, and its huge body, starting from its back, completely exploded. Facing the full-force attack of Violent Star Ape, who had the combat power of a universe master, this sub-blood greedy wolf was like an ant, even though it had the cultivation of a 6th-level knight. It did not even have the chance to react. In the blink of an eye, its gigantic body exploded into a cloud of blood mist. At the same time, Bao Yuan's punch landed, and it spread out. Xiao! Without any hesitation, Yixian immediately waved his hand, and a sharp sound broke through the air. As he waved his hand, an incomparably majestic and invisible force spread out from the body of Violent Star Ape. In the blink of an eye, it had already covered the void space within a radius of 10 million miles. The dark red blood mist that had just spread out was swept up and absorbed into his body. He immediately sent it into Xianxia cauldron and threw it into the flame pool at the bottom of the volcano in the central region of the space within the cauldron. Xiao! After doing all this, Yixian's body flashed, and his huge body, which was 6 million miles long, shrank to a height of 30 meters in an instant. He turned into a flash of light and rushed into the giant star where the sub-blood greedy wolf had just appeared. After all, this guy was a 6th-level knight, and there were many good things in his nest. Chapter 44:57. Not long after leaving the Greed Wolf Forbidden Area, the Greed Wolf's flesh and blood that Yixian sent into the flame pool at the bottom of the volcano in the central region of the Xianxia cauldron had successfully condensed into a venerable one's blood essence. And the quality was quite good. Although it hadn't reached the supreme grade yet, it wasn't too far away. As a result, Yixian now had 4 venerable blood essences in his hands. These 4 pieces of blood essence came from the sub-blood greedy wolf and the space-tearing demon tiger of the greedy wolf forbidden area, the one-legged crow venerable of the black flame forbidden area, and the blood-gray rock, who had the cultivation of a level 7 knight. Among them, the blood essence from the sub-blood greedy wolf and the blood-gray rock had reached the upper grade level. Without a doubt, Yixian only needed 1 more piece of blood essence to start the refinement of a level 26 treasure pill. Furthermore, due to the existence of the 2 high-grade venerable blood essences, the inferior blood greedy wolf and the blood-chain gray rock. This time, even if Yixian only used 5 venerable blood essences to refine, the level 26 treasure pills that would come out of the furnace would be more than 1. There was a 60% chance that he could refine 2 pills. But if it was only 2, Yixian wouldn't be satisfied. Although it seemed that he, his allies, and his subordinates only needed 2 level 26 pills at most in a short period of time, because he and Old Pig Demon had both reached the Universe Knight level. However, Universe Knights were too difficult to kill, and there were too few of them. Yixian would either not refine the level 26 treasure pill or would try to maximize the benefits. Thus, he could only accumulate the blood essence of the knights to the maximum before starting the refinement. Only then could he ensure that the number of level 26 treasure pills he could refine will be maximized. In fact, he wasn't the only one thinking about this matter. Old Pig was thinking about it too. Previously, this old fellow was only at the Emperor level. However, ever since he met Yixian, in a short period of time, he had gone from the 6th level of the Emperor level to the terrifying 1st level of the Universe Knight level. If it had been in the past, it would have taken at least 1,000 years. Even breaking through from Pinnacle Emperor level 9 to Universe Knight level 1 still depended on luck and luck. If the luck didn't come, it was possible to stay at the half-step Universe Knight level forever. Old Pig was very clear about all of this. It was precisely because of this that the current him was completely devoted to Yi Xian. Although he still called him brother, in his subconscious, he had long since followed Yi Xian's lead. However, after tasting the sweetness of the level 25 treasure pill, Old Pig felt that he had unknowingly stepped on a path of no return. Now, he was only a level 1 universe knight, but all he could think about was the level 26 treasure pill that would help him break through to the level of a universe master. This was normal, how difficult it was to break through a level realm. But now, one treasure pill could help him break through in just a few days. This kind of thing, after tasting it once, was basically impossible to quit. Now, if Old Pig had to wait for the opportunity to break through to the next realm with a calm heart after reaching the 9th Order Venerable realm, it would be more difficult than killing him directly. Brother Bao Yuan, you already have 4 pieces of blood essence of a knight, right? As the two of them traveled at top speed, Old Pig's expression was a bit uneasy. In the end, he couldn't hold it in and turned around to talk to Yi Xian. Refining 2 level 26 treasure pills requires 10 venerable blood essences. Does that mean, as long as we after killing 5 universe knights, Old Pig will get a level 26 treasure pill? You just broke through, and you're only a level 1 universe knight, yet you're more anxious than me. Yi Xian was speechless. He rolled his eyes and continued. Even if I give you a level 26 treasure pill now, you won't be able to use it before you reach the level 9 Emperor level. Wouldn't it be easier to get earlier? Hearing Yi Xian's tone, the Old Pig spirit didn't seem to have any intention of rejecting him. The Old Pig spirit instantly became excited and laughed mischievously. Besides, now that I see you occasionally undergo the 8th or 9th transformation, you'll be able to possess the terrifying strength of a universe master. This pig is really envious. It just so happens that the 9 transformations of the demonic pig is getting more and more difficult. It's obviously impossible to deduce the next 6 transformations in a short period of time. So, I can only make plans on my own cultivation base. At the end of his sentence, the Old Pig spirit's eyes flashed with a cold light. He stomped his hind hooves and continued. Don't worry, don't we already have 4 now? We only need 6 more. At most, we can go to 3 beginner supreme forbidden lands, and this matter will be settled. Other things aside, there are 2 pieces of blood essence of a knight waiting for us in the Blue Dome forbidden land ahead. Howl! With a roar, the Old Pig spirit seemed to have been injected with a shot of chicken blood in an instant. His figure dashed forward, and his speed instantly soared by 30%. He turned into a stream of brilliance and blasted forward. This old thing was obviously going to lose control for the level 26 treasure pill, Blue Dome Forbidden Land, like Voracious Wolf Forbidden Land, was also a beginner supreme Forbidden Land. There were also 2 universe knights guarding this Forbidden Land. One was in the middle stage, and the other was in the late stage. They were extremely powerful. If it had been before, Yi Xian and Old Pig together might not have been able to guarantee that they could kill them. But now, not to mention Yi Xian, even Old Pig, who had the power of a 5th level knight under the 3rd transformation of Demonic Pig, couldn't wait. In fact, Blue Dome Forbidden Land wasn't close to Voracious Wolf Forbidden Land. It was hundreds of billions of miles away. However, Yi Xian and the Old Pig spirit didn't stop for even a moment. With their terrifying 2nd Order Venerable Cultivation, they flew through the primordial chaos void, which surrounded the entire Milky Way galaxy's most powerful forbidden areas and the most powerful star regions. After almost a month, they finally arrived at Blue Dome Forbidden Land. No wonder this beginner supreme Forbidden Land was called Blue Dome. Looking from afar in the Hongmeng void, this starry sky, Forbidden Land, was affected by some shining stars in the Milky Way galaxy. The surface of this starry sky, Forbidden Land, seemed to be covered with a layer of faint green light. It was extremely eye-catching against the backdrop of the pitch-black, primordial chaos void. Maybe this was why the Blue Dome Forbidden Land was outside. There was a reason why the Old Pig spirit had chosen the blue sky forbidden area as his next target. It was all for the sake of safety. Chapter 4458. Xiao. Two faint air-piercing sounds could be heard as two streaks of light shot into the blue sky, forbidden land. The people who had arrived were Xian and the old pig spirit, who were in the violent starry sky ape state. Both of them had activated the bloodline ability within their bodies. Their figures were 30 meters tall, and the aura that emanated from their bodies was at the second level of the Universe Night Realm. The two Universe Knights came together, and they didn't intend to hide their power at all. They even showed a hint of fierceness. Obviously, they didn't come with good intentions. Instantly, they alarmed the beasts in the green sky, forbidden land. Countless beasts from the forbidden land rushed out of the atmosphere and floated in the void space, eyeing the intruders covetously. Even though some of them hadn't even reached the ordinary undying level and were only at the universe grade, they didn't show any fear. Although the two Universe Knights were powerful, even the weaker one of the two Universe Knights guarding the blue sky forbidden land was at the fourth level of the Venerable Realm, so they could easily suppress the two Universe Knights. Raging Ape, Porcupine, what do you want? This is the green sky forbidden land, not your territory. Leave now, otherwise we'll kill you all. Soon, two deep roars could be heard from the two giant, ferocious beast stars in the distance. These two giant stars were located in the deepest part of the green sky, forbidden land, one on the left and one on the right. Obviously, they were the lairs of the two night realm beasts. As the two deep roars came out, two streaks of light shot out of the two giant stars and stopped abruptly in the void space of the universe tens of billions of miles away. The powerful force of the night realm spread out immediately. It was extremely powerful. On the left of the void space was a hell two-headed hound. It was millions of feet tall, and the power it exuded was at the fourth level of the night realm. It had just entered the middle stage of the night realm. On the right of the void space was a green wand. However, there were some colorful feathers on its body, which showed that its bloodline wasn't pure. It wasn't a purebred, ferocious bird green wand. This green phoenix's cultivation wasn't weak, and it was at the 8th rank of the Exalt realm. It was at the advanced stage of the Exalt realm, and it was even stronger than the gray rock that Xian had encountered earlier. You guys should be the ones to scram. You guys don't know the meaning of death. 9 transformations of the demonic pig. 3rd transformation. The old pig spirit did not hesitate in the slightest when faced with the rude words of the two venerable, ferocious beasts. He immediately roared furiously and entered the 3rd transformation of the demonic pig's 9 transformations. His body instantly expanded, and in the blink of an eye, he grew from 100 feet tall to 100,000 feet tall. Compared to the two Universe Knights in front of him, who were both 30 million feet tall, old pig spirit's body was indeed very inconspicuous. However, because of this, old pig spirit's cultivation level skyrocketed by 3 small levels. In the blink of an eye, he had already reached Universe Knight level 5. Rank. A moment ago, he just entered the Exalt realm. Yet now, in the blink of an eye, he'd attained the intermediate stage of the Exalt realm. This scene was simply like a dream, and the countless ferocious beasts in the surroundings were dumbstruck on the spot. However, the real shock had yet to come, and it was coming immediately. Roar! Demonic pigs, 9 transformations. 8th transformation. Pong! The moment the old pig spirit's roar fell, Yixian's roar came from the mouth of the space raging ape. As his voice rang out, a huge explosion was heard. In less than a breath's time, the space raging ape's body had completely expanded, and its speed was so fast that it made one's hair stand on end. At this moment, the power in the raging ape's body was rolling like a roaring river, and its limbs and bones were surging with endless ferocity. Unknowingly, there was an unimaginably majestic and terrifying aura that made people look askance. In half a breath's time, the raging ape's body, which was originally only 30 feet tall, expanded at an extremely fast speed. At a speed that was visible to the naked eye, it reached a height of 1 billion feet, which was equivalent to 6 million miles. It had surpassed a giant star. At the same time, the aura of the raging ape's cultivation level rose at the same time. It went from a second-level venerable to a first-level universe master. All of this happened too quickly. In the blink of an eye, the two second-level venerables who had crossed the boundary to invade the Forbidden Land transformed into a fifth-level venerable and an even more terrifying universe master. This was simply a nightmare. The entire vast blue sky, Forbidden Land, fell into a complete silence in an instant. All the ferocious beasts in the Forbidden Land were crouching in the void space, trembling slightly. As far as the eye could see, the only ones still standing were the two universe knights, mixed fur green lawn and double-headed hellhound, billions of miles ahead, as well as the 8 undying emperors in the distance who were waiting in the surroundings. In fact, although the 8 emperors were far away, they were still crouching in the void space at this moment. Obviously, they were quite frightened, and their entire bodies were trembling slightly. Facing a universe master, the so-called power of an emperor became a joke in an instant. As for the double-headed hellhound and the mixed fur green lawn, after being stunned for half a breath's time, their expressions changed drastically, and they cried out involuntarily. A universe master? This is impossible. I've never heard of the existence of a raging ape in a nearby intermediate supreme Forbidden Lands, even on the other side of the Milky Way, far away. This is not your true power. You just executed some kind of talent that can increase your cultivation level in an instant. You think you can do whatever you want in my blue sky, Forbidden Land with just this? After finishing the last sentence, the hot-tempered, double-headed hellhound immediately raised his head and let out a furious roar. If that's the case, I'd like to see how strong your cultivation level of a universe master that you got out of nowhere is and how long it can last. Although you guessed correctly, even if it's just a cultivation level that I got out of nowhere, it's still enough to kill you. Huh? Along with the disdainful and sarcastic voice, the raging ape rushed out with a shake of its shoulders. In the blink of an eye, it was already beside the double-headed hellhound, and it suddenly struck out a punch. In the void space, a huge roar was heard. Not far away, the double-headed hellhound howled in grief, and his huge body suddenly exploded. With his cultivation level of a universe master, he was like an ant facing a universe master, and there was no chance for him to react. He didn't even have time to react before he was blasted apart by one punch. In an instant, its gigantic body exploded into a cloud of blood mist that spread out in all directions. Xiao, after withdrawing its punch, the raging ape immediately waved its hand. A sharp sound broke through the air, and an incomparably majestic and invisible force rolled out from the raging ape's body, covering a radius of tens of millions of miles and sweeping away the red blood mist that had just spread out. And then, after absorbing it into its body, it immediately sent it into the Shunnong cauldron to start the blood essence condensation. Chapter 4459. Screech. In the blink of an eye, the two-headed hellhound was killed. Its entire body exploded and turned into a bloody mist that was taken away by the raging star ape. When this scene fell into the mixed-fur green phoenix's eyes, it instantly made its eyes pop out of their sockets, and an extremely strong sense of danger surged into its heart. After raising its head and letting out a fierce roar, this eighth-order venerable green phoenix did not hesitate at all. Its body shook, and it directly turned around and fled. Previously, it was like the two-headed hellhound that had already been killed. It thought that the power of a universe master that the raging star ape had obtained through some kind of bloodline ability would definitely not be able to last long, and it was even very likely that it was just a facade. However, with the bad-tempered two-headed hellhound around, there was no need for it to test at all. Otherwise, the mixed-fur green phoenix would have already attacked. But now, as the two-headed hellhound was killed in one blow, the mixed-fur green phoenix finally realized the seriousness of the problem. The cultivation strength of a universe master that the other party possessed was not just a facade, and it was even very likely that it would not disappear in a short period of time. Loss. If not, how could this raging star ape be so confident and kill the two-headed hellhound with one punch without any hesitation, in the face of a true universe master? Even if it was an 8th order venerable, it was completely not enough. It was almost no different from an ant. At most, it could be considered an ant that had the ability to escape, and there was more or less a chance of success. The mixed fur green phoenix knew that the situation was critical, and its vitality was fleeting. At this moment, it turned around and fled with a fierce roar. The power in its body had already been pushed to the limit. With just a flap of its wings with all its strength, its body was already more than 100 million miles away. 100 million miles in a flap of its wings was absolutely terrifying. Some of the abandoned stars along the way were shattered into pieces by the invisible impact force produced by this extreme speed. Such a scene had long dumbfounded Old Pig. Although he had the combat strength of a 5th order venerable now, and he was only 3 small levels away from this mixed fur green phoenix. However, at the high level of the venerable realm, the final effect of even a small level difference in cultivation was extremely shocking, let alone a difference of 3 small levels. Moreover, he was not a ferocious bird and was not good at speed. Perhaps even if his cultivation strength had reached the 8th order venerable realm like the mixed fur green phoenix, he would not be able to travel 100 million miles away in an instant. However, this was only the case for Old Pig, but it was not the case for Xianxia at all. With the support of the powerful strength of a 1st order universe master, the current Xianxia's control of the void teleportation power had already reached a terrifying level. Xiao, with just a thought, his figure had already appeared in front of the mixed fur green phoenix. The distance of the teleportation was about the same as the distance of the mixed fur green phoenix's wings, and the time spent in it was completely negligible. You're a bully. The mixed feathers green lawn was furious. Its figure that was originally shooting out came to an abrupt stop in the void. Immediately after, before the voice of its divine sense could be heard, the mixed feathers green lawn had already turned around and rushed in another direction. Boom! Almost at the same time, the raging star ape's shoulders shook and rushed out. In the blink of an eye, it was already beside the 2-headed hellhound and suddenly threw a punch. In the void, a huge roar sounded. The mixed fur green phoenix, which had just escaped not far away, let out a wail, and its huge body exploded with a bang. It did not have the chance to react at all and was already blown apart by the punch. In an instant, its gigantic body exploded into a cloud of blood mist that spread out in all directions. Xiao, retracting his punch, the raging star ape habitually wanted to absorb the majestic qi and blood that had spread out into his body, but he quickly realized that something was wrong because there was clearly a figure in the void in front of him that was moving at an extremely fast speed. It was the mixed fur green phoenix that should have been blown apart by Xianxia's punch. It was also at this moment that the majestic blood mist that was spreading out in front of him completely disappeared in half a blink of an eye, as if it had never appeared at all. This scene surprised Xian greatly. Looking over, he quickly realized that something was wrong. At this moment, the 2 mixed fur green phoenixes, who had already fled more than 200 million miles away with a flap of their wings, were clearly missing one of the mixed fur feathers on their foreheads. This was absolutely correct. With Xian's powerful divine sense as the master of the universe, he could clearly distinguish it. A mixed fur feather for death. It actually has the effect and power of an illusion. He instantly understood in his heart. There was no doubt that the reason why the punch just now had such an effect was related to the mixed fur on the head of the mixed fur green phoenix. To him, he had actually died once just now, but his original body was not injured. The missing mixed fur feather on his head helped him block the disaster. Moreover, after Xian threw a punch, he clearly saw the body of the mixed fur green phoenix explode into a cloud of blood mist that spread out. At the same time that this strand of mixed feathers helped him block the calamity, it even created some sort of illusion that affected Xian. In order to compete, it gave the Azure Luan 2 instantaneous chances to escape. And now, after flapping its wings twice in a row, its body had already traveled more than 200 million miles away, and the distance between itself and Xian had doubled. Xian had never encountered such a situation before, so this time, he suddenly discovered the abnormality, which instead aroused his interest. This is a bit interesting, but if it's just like this, you still won't be able to escape today. The divine sense voice transmitted, and without hesitation, Yixian activated his body again and teleported away directly. This time, it was still so short that it was almost negligible, and the gigantic body of the raging star ape, which was 6 million miles long, disappeared from where it was in an instant. When it reappeared, it happened to block the way of the mixed-fur green phoenix. 200 million miles was still a distance that the raging star ape, who had the power of a first-level universe master, could easily cross with one teleportation. Seeing this scene, despair flashed across the eyes of the mixed-fur green phoenix. It raised its head and roared fiercely, and its voice was filled with strong unwillingness. Raging Star Ape, don't force me. At most, we'll die together. Although universe masters are strong enough, I'm still an 8th-level universe master after all. No matter how big the gap is between you and me, if I recklessly self-destruct, even if I can't take you down with me, I can at least hurt you a little. Let me go. You're thinking too much. That's absolutely impossible. How can I, as a star master, let an 8th-level universe master's blood essence slip through my fingers just like that? Chapter 4460. Bao Yuan, you're the one who forced me to do this. Since you're not willing to let go, I'm going to die anyway. I definitely won't let you have an easy time. Ruthless, seeing Bao Yuan directly refuse and sneer at the corner of his mouth, he immediately threw a punch at himself. The mixed-haired green Yuan was completely desperate. An incomparably crazy bloody light shot out from its eyes. After raising its head and letting out a ruthless roar, its body reached millions of miles. Its huge body instantly exploded. Bang! Rumble! An earth-shattering explosion was heard, followed by the sound of rolling thunder in the void like a chain reaction. After all, it was a late-stage night of the 8th stage. Its cultivation was too powerful. At this moment, it was burning its boats in anger and self-destructing without care. The moment its body exploded, the destructive power was simply shocking. Even Yixian felt an incomparably fierce wind blowing against his face at this moment. His body felt as if he was standing in front of a violent hurricane, facing the fierce wind, and his skin felt a little tingling. The mixed-haired green Yuan's words were not a bluff, nor were they false. As a late-stage knight of the 8th stage, if he self-destructed without care, although he could not pose a great threat to Yixian, who had the strength of a first-stage universe master, it would still cause some damage. However, it was still enough to do it. In fact, Yixian felt this way now. A tingling sensation came from his skin. But that was all. He did not pay attention to it. Instead, he waved his hand at the first moment, Xiao. As Bao Yuan waved his hand, a sharp sound of breaking through the air resounded. An incomparably majestic, invisible force swept out from Bao Yuan's body and enveloped a radius of millions of miles. It was spreading rapidly from the explosion of the mixed-haired green Yuan in the void. At this moment, Yixian was actually on guard. He was worried that it would be a trick of the mixed-haired green Yuan like last time. After all, he had more than one mixed-haired feather on his head. If each feather had the power to substitute for death and attract illusions, then this scene in front of him, it was very likely that this scene was still fake. But very quickly, Yixian's heart, which had been in his throat, calmed down. This was because this time, the boundless blood mist that spread out in front of him wasn't like last time. It wasn't swept away by the invisible force that Yixian released with a wave of his hand, causing it to instantly vanish into thin air. This time, all of the blood mist was swept back by Yixian with a wave of his hand and absorbed into his body at the first possible moment. It felt incredibly real. It seemed that the mixed feathered green Yuan was truly in despair and had given up struggling. As this thought flashed through his mind, Yixian immediately let out a sigh of relief. This mixed feather blue Yuan was really not easy to deal with. Not only did it have the mixed feathers of death substitution, it could also control illusions. It was really a little tricky. Roar. Brother Bao Yuan. He ran to the right. Right at this moment, In the distant void, hundreds of millions of miles behind him, the old pig spirit's roar came, and the words he roared immediately made Yi Xian stunned. At this moment, Yi Xian's mind suddenly became clear, and a weak sense of emptiness suddenly came from his body. The majestic qi and blood that he had swept away and absorbed into his body just now had actually disappeared. This feeling was too strange. Even though he had already experienced it before, Yi Xian was still stunned for a moment. Then, he subconsciously turned his head to the right and looked in the direction that the old pig spirit had reminded him of. At this time, the illusionary power that had confused him had obviously disappeared. At the end of the void on the right side of his line of sight, the mixed feathered green lawn was escaping at an extremely fast speed. In a few flaps of its wings, it was already 600 to 700 million miles away. To be precise, he could no longer be called a mixed feathered green lawn. Perhaps it would be more appropriate to call him a bald green lawn. Obviously, the so-called self-destruction just now was just a trick of the mixed feathered green lawn. This time, he was also playing tricks, and in order to buy more time to escape, he even used up all of the mixed feathers on his head in one go. Used up. One had to know that he originally had dozens of these different colored feathers on his head. When he first fled, he had used up one of them. Now it seemed that these mixed feathers were all the same. They all had the power to block death and the power to trigger illusions. They were definitely bloodline treasures. However, the mixed feathered green lawn obviously knew that he only had this one chance. If he failed again, the violent ape would not be fooled again. Therefore, this time, in order to ensure the effect, he actually gritted his teeth and used up all of the mixed feathers on his head. This was definitely a real desperate attempt. His temperament was indeed extraordinary. In fact, he was almost successful. Just now, he had already escaped 600 to 700 million miles away. In fact, if the old pig spirit in the distance did not stay out of it, he would not be like Yi Xian, who had dozens of mixed feathers exploded at the same time. The illusionary power could affect him. Not only did he clearly see the entire process, he even let out a wild roar at the most critical moment to warn Yi Xian, jolting him awake from his state of mind that was still trapped in the illusion. Then, as long as he was given another 5 to 6 breaths of time, the mixed feather green lawn would definitely be able to escape nearly 2 billion miles away. If that was the case, he might really be able to escape successfully today. Unfortunately, there were no ifs in reality. Since Yi Xian had seen through the trick of the mixed feather green lawn, then he was destined to die today. Whoosh! A faint sound of breaking through the air sounded. Yi Xian's figure was already 300 million miles away in the blink of an eye. Without any hesitation, the second teleportation was immediately carried out, and then the third teleportation. In less than a breath, the distance of 600 to 700 million miles that the mixed feather green lawn had tried its best to open was shortened again in an instant. At this time, the distance between him and Yi Xian was only more than 20 million miles. This kind of distance was only a distance of 3 bodies for the violent starry sky ape, which was 6 million miles long. It was completely within the range of close combat. Bald old hair, this time you're finished. I don't believe that apart from the dozens of mixed feathers on your head, the green feathers on your body have the same power and effect. If you don't, you can go die now. Boom! As the disdainful and mocking voice of the violent starry sky ape came out, the next moment, the violent starry sky ape suddenly punched out. A deafening roar sounded. The mixed feathered green lawn not far away howled, and its huge body exploded with a bang. In the blink of an eye, its gigantic body completely exploded into a cloud of blood mist and spread out. Without a doubt, there would definitely be no more accidents this time, because the old pig spirit in the distance behind had already raised his head and let out an extremely excited cry. Oh, whoa, Brother Violent Ape, this is the 6th one, right? It seemed that this old guy had been counting for Yi Xian. Chapter 4461. With the death of the mixed fur green lawn, Yi Xian had a total of 6 pieces of venerable blood essence. Half of the 6 pieces of venerable blood essence were condensed from the blood essence left behind by a late-stage venerable after his physical body exploded, so they were of excellent quality. Therefore, Even if he only used the 6 pieces of venerable blood essence, Xian was more than 60% confident that he could produce 3-level, 26 treasure pills. After all, the Shinnong unusual flame in the Shinnong cauldron was much more powerful than before. It had evolved into a 9-colored flame, and its power had reached its peak. However, 3 pieces were not enough to satisfy him. Therefore, Xian did not plan to produce the pills now. According to his plan, he had to collect at least 9 pieces of venerable blood essence before he could produce the level 26 treasure pills to maximize the benefits. Of course, it would be better if he could get more. Although the mixed fur green Luan had been killed, there were still 8 powerful Emperor-level ferocious beasts in the green sky, Forbidden Land. These were 8 pieces of Emperor-level blood essence, and he could not waste them. However, Xian did not plan to make any more moves. Unknowingly, even Emperor-level existences were like ants to him now. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Xian could not help but be absent-minded. In addition to the feelings brought by the mixed fur green Luan's bloodline secret technique, at this moment, it was as if he had an epiphany. His state of mind was instantly upgraded, and he became more determined. This is a pleasant surprise. It seems that the battle with the mixed fur green Luan is very meaningful. In his joy, Xian turned to look at Old Pig and ordered, "I'll leave the 8 Emperor-level undying beasts and their cave lairs to you. As for me, I'll go search the lairs of the 2-headed hellhound and the mixed fur green Luan. Then, I'll take advantage of the unexpected breakthrough in my state of mind to start a seclusion breakthrough in the mixed fur green Luan's lairs." "GA? Breakthrough again?" Hearing this, Old Pig was shocked. He stared at Xian, dumbfounded. After confirming that he was not joking, he pouted and muttered, "How long has it been since you broke through? To think that he would come back so soon. What a pervert." While muttering to himself, the Old Pig demon's figure had already shot off into the distance. After a short while, rumbling sounds of thunder could be heard from that direction. It was obvious that the slaughter had already begun. Although there were 8 surviving titled emperors in the blue sky, Forbidden Land, Old Pig had the fighting strength of a 5th-level knight. Even if it was 1 against 8, he would be able to crush them. Xian didn't have to worry at all. Swish! With a flash of his figure, he directly rushed into the lair of the 2-headed hellhound. After plundering it, he immediately rushed to the lair of the mixed feather green Luan. In just 4 hours this time, Xian obtained a huge amount of top-notch cultivation resources. After all, these 2 were universe knights, and they had too many good things in their hands. Especially the mixed feather green Luan, whose strength had reached the 8th-level knight, was stronger than the blood-eyed gray rock that Xian had encountered previously. It was definitely the one that Xian had encountered before. It was the most powerful opponent that Xian had ever encountered. Naturally, one could imagine the treasures in the cave dwelling of such a powerful being. After plundering everything, Xian didn't leave the lair of the mixed feather green Luan. Instead, he waved his hand and took out the farmer god cauldron in a valley. After that, with a flash of his figure, he returned to his 30-meter-tall, raging ape form and stepped into the dense fog. At the mouth of the farmer god cauldron, which was shrouded in 9-colored fog, he sat down cross-legged. Swish, swish, swish. The next moment, one after another, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. They were all the cultivation resources that Xian took out from the undying world in his body, including a 9-color ball with a diameter of 1,000 meters. Inside the ball were 9-colored godly medicines. After that, he took out a large amount of other cultivation resources, such as the 10 drops of all evil origin liquid. After doing all this, Xian activated the power of the domain of the farmer god cauldron and compressed all the cultivation resources to the size of an infant's fist. With a wave of his hand, he swallowed them into his stomach. At this moment, a new round of breakthroughs began in full swing. Walala. Within his body, the sound of shackles covering the sky and covering the earth resounded. This time, there was only one shackle that appeared within his body. He was already familiar with the following process. He urged the great river of energy that had just formed within his body spreading it throughout his body's 100 meridians. He opened the great circulatory system again and again, accumulating energy. Finally, when all the energy had been refined, the shackle broke with just one impact. As this extremely thick shackle was finally completely broken, the system notification that he had been anticipating soon rang out in Yixian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for a breakthrough in the realm of the ancient cave void technique. Current realm, Level 2 Universe Knight. Ding! Congratulations to the host for a breakthrough in the realm of the physical body's blood vitality. Current realm, Level 2 Universe Knight. With this breakthrough, Yixian's combat power rose again. Before this, his original body's cultivation level was only at Level 1 Universe Knight. Once he activated the bloodline power of the ancient demon ape in his body, he could instantly rise to Level 2 Universe Knight. If he used the 9 changes of the demon ape again and reached the 9 transformation, his combat power would immediately soar to Level 2 Universe Master. And now, after activating the bloodline power of the ancient demon ape in his body, Yixian would instantly possess the power of a Level 3 Universe Knight. If he used the bloodline power of the 9 changes of the demon ape again and directly entered the 9 transformation, his peak combat power would be equivalent to Level 3 Universe Master. This was already the peak of the initial stage of this realm. One more step, and he would be able to step into the middle stage of the Universe Master level, Level 2 Universe Knight. There are still 7 small levels of breakthrough before I reach the pinnacle of this realm. Yixian opened his eyes, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. He murmured softly, "During this period of time, I have to collect as much blood essence of the Universe Knights as possible. Then, when I reach Level 8 Universe Knight, I will use the Level 26 Treasure Pill to refine. After that, when I reach the pinnacle of this realm, I will consume another Level 26 Treasure Pill to successfully push my power to the Universe Master level. Then, when I use the bloodline power of the 9 changes of the demon ape and activate it to the 9 transformation, I will be able to unleash the power of the 9 changes of the demon ape. When I reach the 9 transformation, I will instantly possess the terrifying combat power of a Universe Supreme. The ferocious mosquito forbidden area that Schweb Ben went to is a senior, supreme forbidden area guarded by Universe Supreme. When I have the combat power of Universe Supreme, only then will I be qualified to explore that ferocious mosquito forbidden area. Now, it seems that day is not far away. It's only 7 small levels of breakthrough. Chapter 4462. Counting the time, ever since he left the 3 main planes of the starry sky, Yixian had entered the void fragment of the great desolate world from the spatial rift in the second universe's shadow devil star region, and then entered the primordial chaos void. It had been close to 10 years. During these 10 years, Yixian's power had skyrocketed at an unimaginable speed. Now, he had become a Universe Knight who had surpassed the 5 Undying level. Furthermore, after activating the Demon Ape bloodline in his body and fully activating the bloodline ability of 9 Demon Ape to the 9th form, his power level could even reach the level of a Universe Master. Other than that, Yixian had made many other great gains in less than 10 years. A power body that was nurtured in the most powerful star of the Source Nest. A devouring body that had been away for a long time, and its power had most likely grown to an extremely high level. Also, Green Cow, Old Pig, and the other subordinates he had taken in during this period of time, as well as the huge subordinate armies in the Source Nest headquarters, the Forbidden Land of Phoenix Blood, and the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun. Even the Shinong Strange Flame had evolved to the level of 9-colored flame during this period of time, reaching its peak power. Besides, Yixian had mastered the most perfect medicine refining technique, and he was able to refine the 9-colored godly medicine, which was considered a top-tier cultivation resource even during the ancient universe. Also, the 7 beautiful cultivators of the ancient universe in Yuyan Luo had gathered, and all of them had the power of an emperor. Currently, they were in seclusion, trying to break through to the level of a Universe Knight. All of this was accomplished by Xian in less than 10 years. It could be said that the changes in 10 years were too great. It was as if the sea had turned into mulberry fields, and the world had turned upside down. However, although he had entered the Hongmeng void space, and even found the Milky Way star sector where his mother planet was, many questions in his heart were still unanswered. The headless infant body went back to hibernation. During the few years since he had woken up last time, Xian had tried to call him many times, but he still hadn't gotten a response. Without the headless infant's guidance and answers, Xian could only rely on himself to explore everything. He was still brooding over the whereabouts of the Heaven's Legacy race. Although Xian did not know the slightest detail, his intuition told him that the disappearance of the Heaven's Legacy race was related to the upcoming Great Era. Apart from that, what was the arrangement of the primeval Heaven's Eye, and what was the Netherworld Furnace, which had completely disappeared ever since they entered the primordial void? All of this weighed down on Xian's heart, turning into a cloud of suspicion that grew heavier and heavier. These were all things that he needed to explore. However, it seemed that there was no starting point at all. Only the mysterious person who had brought a few descendants and followers to the three main planes of the starry skies, left behind the two bloodlines of the Mad Mosquito Emperor and Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher, and then left immediately. It was said that he was looking for a way to return to the mother planet. Now it seemed that there were some clues. The Mad Mosquito Emperor's true body had already entered a source hive star, wanting to see the primordial luck of this era. However, the location of Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher's true body was still unknown. According to Xian's speculation, that old guy should be in the primordial void as well. If that was the case, then his current location was most likely within the Blood Mosquito Forbidden Land. Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher and the Mad Mosquito Emperor's true body's father generation, as well as the mysterious guest from the mother planet that they followed, were most likely all within the Blood Mosquito Forbidden Land. For this matter, Mosquito Beast Emperor Xueben had already gone to the Blood Mosquito Forbidden Land alone. Although it was a senior Forbidden Land with a Universe Supreme guarding it, it was still a world belonging to the ferocious mosquito race, after all, and the bloodline in Xueben's body had already reverted to its ancestral form. With the bloodline of the desolate ancient ferocious mosquito race, there should be no danger there. However, Xian couldn't sit still. As long as his cultivation level reached the Universe Master level, he would be able to obtain the battle prowess of a Universe Supreme in advance when he activated the 9 transformation of the Demon Ape. At that time, the first thing he had to do was enter the Blood Mosquito Forbidden Area. As long as he could find the true body of Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher or that mysterious elder from the mother planet, then many of the questions in his heart would be answered. A breakthrough of 7 minor levels. That's fast. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Xian could not help but sigh with emotion again. He was slightly absent-minded. However, in the end, he shook his head and shook off the messy thoughts in his mind. As he muttered to himself, he subconsciously clenched his fists, and an incomparably resolute light shot out of his eyes this time. He had only spent 7 days in seclusion to break through, which was not a long time. However, due to the moment of emotion and the thought of too many things, Xian could not sit still. The sense of urgency grew stronger and stronger. Xiao! Standing up, Xian shot out from the mouth of the farmer god cauldron, which was enshrouded in 9-colored fog. With a wave of his hand, he put the cauldron into his body. With a flash of his body, he rushed out of the atmosphere of the giant star under his feet. Appearing outside the atmosphere, Universe Void. Brother Berserk Ape, you really broke through? At this time, Xian was already a 2-star knight. However, after activating the demon ape bloodline in his body and transforming into a 30-meter-tall space berserk ape, his strength skyrocketed by 1 level. Hence, what he showed now was a 3rd-level knight. As for Old Pig, he was released from the demon pig's 3rd transformation. He maintained his 30-meter-tall body, but he was only a 2nd-level knight. This made the old guy rather unconvinced. He stared at Xian with his eyes wide open for a while, before sighing in frustration. Forget it. It's only been 7 days, and you've already broken through a minor level. You're already a knight, and your cultivation speed is even faster. You're so abnormal. I won't compete with you to avoid hurting my self-esteem. Xiao, 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 Xiao. After that, Old Pig suddenly opened his mouth, and 8 human head-sized blood beads shot directly at Yixian. These were the blood beads he got from killing the 8 emperors in the Green Dome, Forbidden Land. Even though he was already a universe knight, without the help of the Shinnon Cauldron, he still couldn't condense the energy and blood of the 8 emperors into true ferocious beast blood essence. His current head size was already his limit. If he went any further, he wouldn't even be able to condense it to the size of a fist. Hence, he could only leave it to Yixian. Yixian didn't pay attention to this fellow's monstrous resentment. He lightly nodded his head and directly absorbed the 8 blood beads into his body. He then sent them into the Shinnon Cauldron and began to condense the blood essence. Chapter 4463. 4 Venerable Blood Essences, which means 4 Universe Knight level space beasts. After hearing Yixian's words, the Old Pig spirit nodded repeatedly and excitedly continued. Don't worry, Brother Violent Ape, there's definitely no problem. There are still many elementary level forbidden areas around the Milky Way star field. Only 4 Universe Knight level space beasts. As for the ferocious beasts, we only need to find 2 more targets. However, it is as you said, we have to make the best use of our time to take care of the final 2 targets. Otherwise, as time passes, the situation will definitely change. Universe Knights can't compare to Emperors, said Luo Feng. They are already in the last 5 levels. If only 1 or 2 of them were killed, it wouldn't cause too serious of a consequence. The problem is in the past year or so, you've already killed 6 Universe Knights, said Luo Feng. You still have to kill 4 more Universe Knights. This is not a small number. Don't even think about delaying it any longer. I'm afraid you'll attract the attention of some beings. But it's not completely impossible. Speaking of this, the Old Pig spirit paused for a moment. He lowered his head and thought for a while before continuing. There are 2 suitable primary starry sky forbidden areas nearby. One is on the left side of the Green Dome forbidden area, and the other is on the right side of the Green Dome forbidden area. The one to the left of Blue Sky Forbidden Land is called White Tiger Forbidden Land, and the one to the right is called Black Tortoise Forbidden Land. There are 2 Universe Knights in each of these 2 forbidden lands, said Luo Feng. As long as we can kill them, we'll be able to collect the 10 pieces of Knight blood essence we need to make the level 26 treasure pill, said Luo Feng. What's the cultivation level of this venerable level ferocious beast? Yixian nodded and asked casually. Hearing the names of these 2 primary forbidden lands, the strongest Universe Knights in each of them should be a white tiger and a black tortoise, right? Yes, but they're not pure-blooded. Like the subblood greedy wolf, they're subblood life forms. Old Pig curled his lips and said unhappily, unlike me, I'm not a bastard like them. I'm a pure-blooded space porcupine. Yixian rolled his eyes and said casually, no matter how pure your bloodline is, you're still just a pig. Ah, why are you looking down on pigs? In an instant, the Old Pig spirit was like a cat that had its tail stepped on. He jumped up and stared at Yixian with a pair of pig eyes. His long nose puffed as he howled, Old Pig, I want to duel with you. Okay, tell me about the 2 subblood white tigers and the subblood black tortoise. Yixian curled his lips and stared at him with disdain. If we really fight, I'll make sure you become a dead pig in space with 1 punch. Old Pig was serious. It seemed that his bloodline technique had reached the 9th transformation, and once it was used, he would have the power of a universe master. In fact, even if he didn't use his bloodline technique, his opponent was still a 2-star knight, while he was only at the 1-star level. No matter how they fought, he would be at a disadvantage. Thinking about this, Old Pig was speechless and stared at Yixian. Then he changed the topic. That's right, the subblood white tiger and the subblood black tortoise are indeed the most powerful beings in the White Tiger Forbidden Land and the Black Tortoise Forbidden Land, respectively. The subblood white tiger is at the 7th level of the Night Realm, and besides him, There's another being at the 3rd level of the rattlesnake leopard. As for the subblood black tortoise, he's at the 8th level of the realm, just like the mixed-haired green one that was killed earlier. And besides him, the other knight in the Black Tortoise Forbidden Land is a 2-star space bug. After understanding the situation, Xianxia nodded. Let's go to the White Tiger Forbidden Land first. Howl. The old pig spirit raised his head and let out a long howl. Without any hesitation, his figure flashed, and he instantly shot towards the left side of the void. Xianxia didn't say anything else. He followed closely behind him. After leaving the Blue Sky Forbidden Land, Xianxia and Old Pig flew at the edge of the Forbidden Land on this side of the Milky Way starfield. At their maximum speed, they arrived at the edge of the White Tiger Forbidden Land in about 10 days. Xiao, Xiao. 2 sharp sounds of breaking through the air rang out. Xianxia and the Old Pig spirit didn't hesitate in the slightest. They didn't even conceal their cultivation auras as they directly transformed into 2 rays of light and charged out of the White Tiger Forbidden Area. Ferocious ape, porcupine, why did you suddenly come here? Almost in the next moment, a low roar sounded, followed by the voice of a divine sense from a giant star on the left in front of them. A huge white tiger with a body of 10 million feet rushed out of the star's atmosphere. Its pure white fur had black and red stripes. This was indeed a subblood white-eyed tiger, and the energy it emitted was at the level of a universe knight. Level 7. At the same time, a slightly smaller ferocious beast star to the right also rushed out from a slightly smaller ferocious beast star. Its eyes flashed with a cold light, and its cultivation was also not bad. It was at the 3rd level of the realm, and was on par with Xian, who was currently 30 meters tall. Leave the white tiger to me, and I'll leave that rattletail leopard to you. Xian didn't even respond to the question of the subblood white tiger. He turned around and casually assigned the opponent to Old Pig beside him. That casual attitude and tone made it seem like he was talking about a trivial matter. Owl, you're courting death, ferocious ape. However, although his voice wasn't loud, it clearly reached the ears of the subblood white tiger and the rattletail leopard. The latter merely raised its head and roared, but the subblood white tiger, who was at level 7 of the realm, was instantly enraged. It was furious. At the same time that the voice of his divine sense resounded, he directly raised his right forelimb and slapped it towards Xian. 9 transformations of demonic pig. 3rd transformation. With Old Pig's temperament, it was impossible for him to be courteous to such rude words. Without any hesitation, he roared and entered the 3rd transformation of 9 transformations of demonic pig. In the blink of an eye, Old Pig's body, which was only 30 feet tall, suddenly expanded. Within half a breath, he was already 30 feet tall, compared to the 30 million feet of the subblood white tiger and the rattletail leopard. His 30,000 feet tall body was indeed insignificant. However, when the subblood white tiger raised its right forelimb and was about to slap out, it suddenly stopped in midair. Chapter 4464. Roar. With the 3rd transformation of Devil Ape, Pig Demon's power surged and reached the 5th level of the Venerable Realm. This made him excited, as if he had just received a shot of adrenaline. He raised his head and roared. With a flash of his body, he dashed toward the rattlesnake leopard on the right side of the void. What? You came here to kill? The subblood white tiger was astonished by Xian's decisiveness. However, it was still confident in its strength as a 7th-stage venerable. After being stunned for a while, he flew into a rage again. Even if you used an unknown powerful bloodline technique, you're only at the 5th level of the Venerable Realm. How dare you come to the White Tiger Forbidden Land and behave so atrociously? Who gave you the courage? Before he could finish his sentence, the answer had already arrived. Roar. 9 transformation of Devil Ape. 8th transformation. Pung. At this moment, Xian's roar came from the mouth of the space-raging ape. As he spoke, a huge explosion was heard. In less than one breath, the space-raging ape's body had completely expanded. Its speed was so fast that it made people's hair stand on end. The power in its body was rolling like a roaring river. Endless ferocity surged from its limbs and bones. Unknowingly, an unimaginably majestic and terrifying aura gushed out from Bao Yuan's body, causing the space to tremble. This supreme pressure caused everyone's heart to tremble. In just half a breath, the space-raging ape's body, which was originally only about 30 meters tall, expanded at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, it had reached a height of 1 billion meters, which was equivalent to 6 million miles. It was bigger than a giant star. Furthermore, as his body expanded, the aura of cultivation that permeated from within his body also rose at the same time. He went from a third-order venerable to a second-order universe master. And this was because he had only activated the bloodline technique of the 9 transformation of Devil Ape to the 8th transformation. Otherwise, the space-raging ape would have the terrifying combat power of a third-level universe master. Its body would have expanded by another 10 times, reaching a height of 60 million miles. The reason why he had only activated the bloodline technique to the 8th transformation and not the ultimate 9 transformation was to conceal his strength. After all, he had been killing universe knights for more than a year. If there were no accidents, the news would be leaked out very soon. He had gone. By then, many powerful beings would be paying attention to him, and he might even be schemed against. In this kind of situation, keeping a little of his strength and not leaking it would only be beneficial to Yi Xian and not harmful at all. Universe Master? This is impossible. The sudden scene scared the subblood white tiger so much that his legs turned to jelly. He was about to roar, but in the blink of an eye, his roar turned into a cry of surprise. On the other side, in the distant void to the right, the rattlesnake demonic leopard, whose expression had just changed due to the 5th-rank space porcupine charging towards it, let out a wail of fear at this moment. Its huge rattlesnake tail clamped down, and it actually directly gave up the battle. It turned around and ran. Howl. Seeing this, the pig spirit was even more smug. He raised his head and roared. While chasing after the leopard spirit, he roared wantonly. "Little cat, are you male or female? Don't you think it's embarrassing to see me scared like this? Stop right there. I promise I'll blow you up with one punch." At the same time, in the void on the left, the 7th-level subblood white tiger didn't hesitate at all. Its reaction was even faster than the rattle-tailed demonic leopard in the void on the right. In the blink of an eye, it activated the power in its body and disappeared from where it was. Half a breath later, when it reappeared, it was already in the distant void space 200 million miles away. In order to escape, the subblood white tiger used teleportation, and a casual teleportation could cover a distance of 200 million miles. It had to admit that its ability to escape was even better than that of the green lawn. It was enough to show that its comprehension of the primordial chaos space law had reached a level 1. It was at a very high level. Even Yi Xian was surprised by this. With his power as a second-level universe master, he could only teleport as far as 400 million miles away if he tried his best to teleport. An ordinary first-level universe master could only teleport as far as 200 million miles away. This white tiger was only a late-stage universe master, but its teleportation distance was comparable to that of a first-level universe master. It was really shocking. I didn't expect your comprehension of the primordial chaos space law to reach such a high level. If you can improve further, it'll be difficult to keep you here today. With a flash of coldness in his eyes, the space-violent ape disappeared in the blink of an eye. When it reappeared, it was even faster. It only took about a quarter of a breath. And the place where it reappeared was right next to the subblood white tiger, only a few million miles away. At that moment, the subblood white tiger was about to teleport a second time when it saw the space-violent ape appear so close to it. It was so scared that it trembled and almost fell to the void space. If that's all you've got, I suggest you don't embarrass yourself. After all, you can't escape death. Along with the disdainful and ridiculing voice, the raging starry sky ape's shoulders shook slightly in the next instant, and it had already blasted out a punch in the blink of an eye. A deafening roar came from the void space, and the nearby sub-blood white tiger howled in agony as its gigantic body exploded. Although it was a late-stage night, it was still as insignificant as an ant in the face of a universe master. It didn't even have a chance to react before it was blown apart by the punch. The next moment, the huge body of the sub-blood white tiger exploded into a cloud of bloody mist and spread out. Xiao. After killing the enemy with one punch, the space-violent ape waved its hand, and a sharp sound broke through the air. A powerful, invisible force rolled out from the space-violent ape's body and covered an area of tens of millions of miles. It swept the bloody mist that had just spread out and sent it into the ape's body to condense the blood essence. Howl! You can't escape. Grandpa Pig doesn't have that much time to deal with you. Die now. On the other side, in the void to the right, the old pig spirit imitated Xianxia and also teleported. His figure flashed and directly appeared in front of the fleeing rattle-tailed devil leopard. Then, after a roar of excitement, Old Pig didn't hesitate at all. He raised his hoof and stomped on the head of the rattle-tailed devil leopard. The latter's colossal body, which was millions of feet tall, instantly exploded with its head as the starting point in half a breath's time. Sigh. Chapter 4465. Xiao. As the rattle-tailed demonic leopard was killed, the boundless blood and qi from its body was condensed into a blood bead the size of a human head by the old pig spirit. It spun around and shot towards Yixian with a sharp piercing sound. With a wave of his hand, Yixian collected the blood bead and sent it into the Shun-known cauldron. He started to condense the blood bead with the blood bead he had obtained from killing the sub-blood white tiger. It was an easy battle, but he had obtained 2 precious blood beads of knights. At this point, the number of venerable blood essences in Yixian's hands had already reached 8. If he were to refine a level 26 treasure pill now, then according to his calculations, with the power of the divine known 9 colored flames, he would be able to produce at least 5 of them. Even the probability of making 6 level 26 treasure pills was more than 50%. However, that was not enough to satisfy Yixian. A level 26 treasure pill could allow a being at the pinnacle of the 9th level to become a universe master in a short time. It was the second of the last 5 realms, and it was extremely important. However, the main material required to make a level 26 treasure pill was the blood beads of the ferocious beasts that were condensed from the blood beads of the universe knights after their bodies exploded. This was the last of the 5 realms, and there were so few of them that it was terrifying. Even the Hongmeng Void, there were not many of them. Yixian and Old Pig had taken advantage of the fact that all the supreme forbidden lands were not vigilant and alert, which was why they had been able to collect 8 of them in such a short time. However, once the news of this spread, it would be difficult to do so again. The Universe Knights would either join forces or seek protection from the Universe Masters or Universe Knights. After all, it was not easy for anyone to get to where they were. Everyone had their own means and connections. Therefore, for Yixian, while he was still able to make a move, he had to silently gather more venerable blood essence and then condense it. Besides, he had told Old Pig that he would need 10 blood beads of ferocious beasts in order to make 2 level 26 pills. And in terms of time, it was about the right time to collect 2 more. News of this matter should spread. We have to hurry up with the last 2. I have a feeling that the news of this matter will be leaked out very soon. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yixian broke free from the 8th devil, ape transformation, and returned to his original height of 10 zhang. At the same time, he turned to look at Pig's spirit and said, "Loot the nests of the sub-blood white tiger and the rattlesnake panther. Then leave immediately and head to the black tortoise forbidden land." The old pig spirit nodded. He didn't say anything. His figure flashed, and he directly turned around and rushed towards the nest of the rattle-tailed demonic leopard. Yixian was the same. He charged towards the largest star on the left side, where the inferior blood-white tiger had appeared. After entering the atmosphere, his powerful divine sense spread out, and after searching for a while, he waved his hand and took in all the cultivators that could enter his eyes. The refining resources were all swept into the undying world within his body. After doing all this, Xian and Pig Spirit didn't hesitate at all. They immediately left the White Tiger Forbidden Land and headed straight for the Black Tortoise Forbidden Land, which was hundreds of billions of miles away. The most powerful being in the Black Tortoise Forbidden Land was a subblood black tortoise. His power was the same as the mixed-haired green one that Xian had killed not long ago, which was level 8 of this realm. Aside from him, the other Universe Knight in Black Tortoise Forbidden Land was a level 2 space bug of this level. Without a doubt, in this hunting plan, Xian and Pig Spirit were responsible for one opponent each, and they both attacked at the same time. With Pig Spirit's power, he wouldn't have been able to defeat the subblood black tortoise. Hence, he could only deal with the level 2 space bug, while Xian was responsible for the level 8 subblood black tortoise. Although the two didn't discuss this matter, they had a tacit understanding and had already assigned each other their opponents. This time, even with their top speed, it still took them 16 days to reach the edge of the Black Tortoise Forbidden Land. This was the last time they attacked, so both Xian and Pig Spirit didn't have any scruples. The only thought in their minds was to use the shortest time to kill the two prey in this beginner supreme Forbidden Land. Then they immediately turned around and didn't attack for a short period of time. Howl, 9 transformations of demonic pig. Third transformation. Pig Spirit roared and entered the third transformation of the 9 transformations of demonic pig as soon as he entered the border of the Black Tortoise Forbidden Land. In the blink of an eye, Pig Spirit's body, which was originally only 30 meters tall, suddenly expanded. Within half a breath, he had reached a height of 30,000 meters. His cultivation had also increased by 3 levels, and the unique aura of a 5th stage venerable quickly spread out from his body. On the other side, Xian did the same. He entered battle mode without even seeing his target howl. 9 transformations of demonic pig. 8th transformation. Pum. An earth-shattering roar came from the mouth of the violent ape of stars. As the voice sounded, a huge explosion sounded. In less than a breath of time, its body had completely expanded. The power in its body surged like a roaring river, surging out from its limbs and bones. Endless ferocious energy. Its body, which was originally only 30 meters tall, expanded to 6 million miles in the blink of an eye. At the same time, the aura emanating from his body rose from 3rd Order Venerable to 2nd Order Universe Master. A Level 5 Universe Knight Space Porcupine, and a Level 2 Universe Master Space Raging Ape. 2 such powerful beings rushed into the Black Tortoise Forbidden Land at the same time, and the vast and boundless Beginner Supreme Forbidden Land fell into a dead silence. Within the numerous star beasts of the Forbidden Lands, countless beasts were as silent as cicadas in winter. They didn't dare to show their heads. Their bodies were lying on the ground within the star, trembling. Screech. Only in the deepest region of the Forbidden Land on the left was a sharp screech, which revealed a powerful force of a late-stage night. Then in that direction, the atmosphere of a huge star suddenly surged violently. A huge semicircular land, with a radius of 10 million feet, was thrown out of the star by some kind of terrifying force with a terrifying force. It shot toward the back of the Black Tortoise Forbidden Land at a speed comparable to a meteor. When this scene entered the eyes of Xian and the old Pig Spirit, they were instantly stunned. Chapter 4466. This 10 million meters long object, which looked like a piece of land that was thrown out of a star by someone in anger, was indeed the shell of the subblood black tortoise. This time, as soon as Xian and the old Pig Spirit rushed into the Black Tortoise Forbidden area, the Master had not shown up yet, but he had directly activated the bloodline power in his body and showed his terrifying strength. As soon as the oppressive aura spread out, it immediately alarmed the subblood black tortoise and the other space bug. The space bug at the 2nd level of the Venerable Realm did not dare to show up at all, but the subblood black tortoise had a plan to escape in an instant. Relying on the fact that his shell was hard enough, he decided to take a risk. He retracted his limbs, head, and tail into the shell, and then activated the bloodline secret technique to disguise this huge shell as a star land with a radius of 10 million square meters. Even a universe master would not be able to find anything wrong with it when he used his divine sense to investigate. The subblood black tortoise was very confident about this, because this was one of his bloodline powers, and it was also a life-saving means of escape. Unfortunately, after Xianxia used his divine sense to investigate, even though he didn't notice anything amiss, he was still able to guess what was going on after some thought. An 8th-level venerable actually did such a thing that makes people speechless. You really live up to your reputation as a coward. Boom! The next moment, the giant space violent ape, with a body of 6 million square meters, let out a disdainful and mocking voice. Then, its shoulders shook slightly, and it teleported in the blink of an eye, blocking the path of the huge shell. Without saying anything, it directly hit the shell. Without saying a word, it threw a punch. Bang! A rumble that shook the heavens and the earth resounded. The fist of the starry sky violent ape directly smashed onto the enormous tortoise shell that was shooting over, causing it to abruptly stop in midair. However, to Xianxia's surprise, although the huge shell that was disguised as a star land suddenly stopped in the void under the force of his punch, the expected explosion scene did not appear. It appeared. The subblood black tortoise's shell actually withstood the full force of the violent ape's punch. This was understandable. Even though the current space-raging ape had the combat power of a second-level universe master, with the terrifying blood energy of Pang Da's 6,000-mile-long body, its combat power was comparable to that of a third-level universe master. However, this subblood black tortoise was actually not weak. It was an 8th-level universe knight, and it only needed a small breakthrough to become a 9th-level universe knight, which was the so-called half-step universe master. Moreover, among the 10,000 races in the universe, the black tortoise race had the best defense, which was comparable to that of the void tortoise. And now, this subblood black tortoise had given up attacking with all its strength to activate all its power to launch a defense. Black tortoise and did not show its head. Under such circumstances, even space-raging ape, whose combat power was comparable to that of a third-tier universe master, couldn't destroy his tortoise shell with a full-powered punch. It was completely reasonable. Violent ape, you're indeed very strong, but if I'm not mistaken, you seem to have let out a shocking roar when you rushed into the black tortoise forbidden land. At this moment, seeing that the space-violent ape's full-force punch had failed to break its shell, the subblood black tortoise, who was hiding in its shell, finally felt relieved. You're only a second-level universe master now. That's just the result of performing some kind of secret technique. Luo Feng's voice was transmitted from Tortoise's shell in no time. Since it's a bloodline technique, it can't last forever. Once your power drops, it'll be time for me to kill you. By the end of his sentence, there was no fear in the subblood black Tortoise's voice. Instead, there was a hint of complacency and ferocity. He actually threatened Xian. This was clearly a warning to him, telling him to be tactful and take advantage of the fact that his cultivation hadn't returned to normal to quickly leave. He didn't want to drag this out any longer and lose his life in the end. Such confidence stunned Xian. Then his divine sense voice immediately sounded. You damn bastard, you're quite good at judging the situation. Just now, when you saw that the situation was not good, you immediately retreated into your bastard shell and ran away. Now that you have something to rely on, you immediately changed your attitude. As he spoke, the space-violent ape flipped its right hand and took out the Shun-known medicinal pestle from its undying world. Of course, it was not in the form of a medicinal pestle, but in the form of a big-headed black stick. Holding the big-headed black rod in his right hand, Xian's voice instantly became cold and stern. What a pity, the kind of reliance you have. It doesn't seem to be very reliable. Hong. The moment he finished his sentence, the big-headed black stick was lifted up by the space-violent ape. With all its strength, it smashed down on the giant shell in front of it. The momentum of this attack was so great that even the space trembled because of the swing of the big-headed black stick. Although the subblood black tortoise could not see the scene outside, he had been observing with his spiritual sense. At this moment, when he saw this scene, a cold gasp could be heard from the giant shell. Facing the big-headed black stick, the sub-blood black tortoise's heart, which had just calmed down, jumped up to his throat in an instant. He cried out involuntarily, "What treasure is this? How can it be so powerful? Hiss! Look at this aura. It's clearly a primordial treasure." Bang! Gotcha! Before he could finish his sentence, the big-headed black stick had already smashed into the tortoise's shell. An earth-shattering sound accompanied by an incomparably clear sound, like the sound of bones shattering, rang out. Looking down, he saw that the stick had smashed a huge hole in the center of the tortoise's shell, revealing an oily black head that was looking up at him with eyes filled with endless fear. Awoo! With a big hole in the giant shell, the sub-blood black tortoise immediately cried out in pain. He knew that there was no point in hiding anymore, and he might die even faster. Thinking about that, the sub-blood black tortoise quivered. It stuck its shiny bald head out of the hole and begged for mercy. "Master Violent Ape, please spare me, Hong." In the air, a huge explosion sounded out. As the tortoise's shell was smashed apart, the inferior blood-black tortoise, who had just revealed its head and was about to beg for mercy, let out a wail. Its enormous body exploded with a bang, and it was directly blasted into a bloody mist by Xianxia's big head black rod. The giant shell was also completely blown up. After all, this giant shell was also a part of the sub-blood black tortoise's body. Xian did not want to miss it and caused this venerable blood essence to be damaged. Whoosh! Chapter 4467. On the other side, Xian took out his big-headed black stick and smashed the tortoiseshell of black tortoise sub-blood into pieces. Then he immediately swung his club a second time. Taking advantage of the moment when the sub-blood black tortoise stretched out its shiny black head and was about to beg for mercy, he smashed it with his club, causing it to explode into a cloud of blood and directly ending the battle. All this took a long time to describe, but in fact, it happened in less than 10 breaths of time. On the other side of the space, Old Pig was rushing toward another giant star in front of him. That should be the lair of the other universe master of Black Tortoise Forbidden Land, which was also the lair of the Spacebug clan, who was at level 2 of this realm. However, due to the solid punch of Space Raging Ape, the tortoise shell of Black Tortoise Subblood was not destroyed immediately, which was beyond Old Pig's expectation. As a result, the old fellow's figure, which was originally flying away, suddenly stopped halfway. He turned around and looked in Xian's direction. In the next few breaths of time, Space Raging Ape attacked twice. Holding the infamous big-headed black stick, it exploded Black Tortoise Subblood into a cloud of blood mist. Seeing this, Old Pig let out a sigh of relief. He curled his lips and muttered something in a low voice. Then he turned back and rushed toward the giant star in front of him again. However, it was also at this instant that an unexpected change occurred. Wong, a strange buzzing sound that was extremely low and deep, but the frequency was so fast that it made one's hair stand on end. Then, in the giant star in front of them, which was suspected to be the lair of Spacebug race, a scorching white light suddenly burst out. The light was so scorching that both Old Pig and Space Raging Ape, who was further away, instinctively closed their eyes at the same time. Their hearts skipped a beat as an extremely bad feeling rose in their hearts at the same time. Time passed too quickly. The two of them were caught off guard by the sudden appearance of the scorching white light, so they instinctively closed their eyes. However, when they opened their eyes again, the scorching white light that burst out of the giant star in front of them had completely disappeared. Even the majestic atmosphere that originally enveloped the entire giant star disappeared in an instant, as if it had never existed in the first place. At this moment, Old Pig's expression changed greatly, and Xian's heart sank. He didn't hesitate at all, and his terrifying divine sense, which was at the second level of the Universe Master, immediately swept toward the star in front of him. In less than a tenth of a breath, the entire giant star was searched, but there was no trace of that second-level bug race. Instead, there was an extremely strange energy left in the void space. It was obviously the unique wave frequency energy of some kind of space bug race. Damn it, he couldn't have escaped, right? Bugs are the most difficult to deal with, and their unique wave frequency functions are all. I didn't expect to meet one today. His ability to escape is too awesome. In the void space, Yi Xian's godly consciousness voice was heard, and it was filled with unwillingness and annoyance. At the same time, his godly consciousness left the giant star in front of them and was pushed to the maximum, extending in all directions. This was something that could not be helped, because until now, Yi Xian did not even know which direction his opponent had escaped in. There was no trace at all to follow. The unique wave frequency ability of this second-level night space bug race was too strange. Too strange. Brother Bao Yuan, this is all my fault. At this moment, Old Pig had already shot over from afar. His huge body had returned to a height of 30 meters, and his face was filled with resentment. He looked embarrassed and annoyed. This failure had caused his original smug look to disappear. He blamed himself in a low, muffled voice. I was distracted just now. Otherwise, if I had rushed to the nest star of that bug race earlier, I would have been able to stop him. After all, judging by the way he escaped just now, he must have needed time to activate it. A few breaths of time is enough for a universe knight to do a lot of things. Forget it, but we have to be more vigilant. With the escape of this second-level bug race, the news of this incident will be leaked out very soon. Since the enemy had already escaped, there was no point in saying anything more. Yi Xian waved his hand. As he spoke, he had already broken free from the 8th transformation of Devil Ape, and his body returned to a height of 30 meters. Then he said, "Let's immediately search the nest star of the Black Tortoise. Then leave and find a random place to kill another night-level ferocious beast." Old Pig's face was full of depression. He nodded and did not say anything more. Yi Xian didn't delay any longer and directly charged towards the largest star on the left side, where the blood-shin tortoise had appeared. After entering the atmosphere, his powerful divine sense spread out, and after searching for a while, he waved his hand and saw everything that could enter his eyes. All the training resources were swept into the undying world within his body. After doing all of this, Yi Xian charged out of the planet's atmosphere. He didn't stay for a moment longer and immediately left the Black Tortoise Forbidden Area with the Old Pig spirit. Hundreds of billions of miles away from the Black Tortoise Forbidden Land, in the border region of the Milky Way star field, there was an intermediate supreme forbidden land called the Crystal Rainbow Forbidden Land. Although the Crystal Rainbow Forbidden Land was a forbidden land for ferocious beasts and not the star field of the ancient survivors, in fact, the so-called ferocious beasts in the Forbidden Land were all from the bug race. More than 80% of the 5,000 ferocious beast stars were nests of the bug race. The most powerful being in charge of the Crystal Rainbow Forbidden Land was a universe master from the bug race. His entire body was like a rainbow crystal, so he was known as the Crystal Rainbow Demon Bug. This Crystal Rainbow Demon Bug was at the 3rd stage of the universe master level. Besides him, there was another 1st stage universe master in the Forbidden Land. He was also from the space bug race, but he was not a Crystal Rainbow Demon Bug. Instead, he was completely red. This race was called the Blood-Devouring Demon Bug. These two universe masters were the most powerful beings within the Crystal Rainbow Forbidden Land, where the Crystal Rainbow Forbidden Land was located. Below them, there were 6 universe knights in the Forbidden Land, and they were all from the space bug race. It could be said that the entire Forbidden Land was a gigantic bug nest, so the other ferocious beast races in the space did not dare to trespass in this Forbidden Land. Only some special ferocious beasts that lived together with or were parasitic on the bug race would dare to enter this Forbidden Land. These beasts were like fish in water in this territory of the bug race. Chapter 4468. Xiao, Xiao. 2 sounds pierced through the air, and 2 bug race beings rushed out from the interior of this gigantic star. They were both universe knights. One was at the 9th level of perfection, while the other was at the 2nd level of perfection. The one who spoke was a level 2 universe knight, and he was also the one who had just escaped from Black Tortoise Forbidden Land. There was a reason why this rank 2 insect clan venerable had been guarding the black tortoise forbidden ground instead of the crystal rainbow forbidden ground occupied by the insect clan. At this moment, the 9th rank venerable who had rushed out of this giant ferocious beastar with him was his father. Back then, the 2nd rank venerable was the bloodline he had left behind outside the forbidden land of crystal rainbows. After many twists and turns, he had formed a deep friendship with that pseudo-blood black tortoise. That was why he hadn't returned. In other words, if he escaped back to crystal rainbow, forbidden land with the bloodline technique in his body, it would be like returning to his mother's home. It was no wonder that as soon as he escaped, he immediately sent out a voice transmission to complain to the master of the forbidden land, the crystal rainbow demon bug, who was a level 3 universe master, Xiao. Along with the appearance of the father and son, 5 enormous beings rushed out of the other 5 giant stars in crystal rainbow, forbidden land. They were the other universe knights of crystal rainbow, forbidden land. Previously, there were only 6 universe knights. If one were to include the 2nd stage universe knights who had fled back to their parents' home and would most likely never leave again, there were now a total of 7 universe knights in the crystal rainbow, forbidden land. At this moment, with the appearance of all 7 universe knights, a figure rushed out from the 2 largest ferocious beast stars on the left and right sides of the forbidden land of crystal rainbow. All of them were over 100 million feet in size. Although their shapes were different, they all looked like insects. The one on the left had a body that looked like a rainbow crystal. It was incomparably resplendent. It was the crystal rainbow demon insect. The one on the right was a first-stage bloodthirsty demon bug that was completely blood red in color and looked extremely ferocious. Is black tortoise forbidden land also in trouble? At this time, with the appearance of the crystal rainbow demon insects, a low divine sense voice, accompanied by a strange buzzing sound, rang out. The voice was obviously very soft, but it enveloped the entire vast crystal rainbow, forbidden land, clearly transmitting into this area. It entered the ears of the beasts and bugs. Not long ago, a space-raging ape and a space porcupine attacked White Tiger Forbidden Land, and both the subblood white tiger and the rattlesnake leopard were killed. Besides White Tiger Forbidden Land, a few other forbidden lands were attacked. According to incomplete statistics, in the past year or so, at least 6 or 7 universe knights have been killed in the supreme forbidden lands along the coast of Milky Way starfield. That space porcupine's origin is clear. A year ago, it was only an undying emperor. It must have met with some kind of opportunity to break through and become a universe knight. However, there are no clues about the origin of that space-raging ape. It seems to be from a power on the other side of Milky Way starfield. As for their purpose, we still don't know at the moment. However, that berserk ape relied on his bloodline's secret technique to barely reach the level of a universe master. He poses no threat to our crystal rainbow, forbidden land. At this point, the crystal rainbow demon bug's words suddenly paused. When spoke again, it was clearly colder. However, that berserk ape's bloodline's secret technique is quite extraordinary. It actually allowed him to directly leap into the universe with the power of a universe knight. Universe master, this technique is unheard of. Go, the 7 of you. Move out and head in this direction. I used the Bug Clan technique to deduce that Space Raging Ape and Space Porcupine are in the area between these 2 directions. As he spoke, he raised one of his claws and pointed twice to the right in front of him. The angle between the 2 directions was about 30 degrees. After you find them, don't act rashly. Immediately use the Bug Clan technique to report the exact coordinates. When the time comes, I'll personally come and capture them. After saying that, the crystal rainbow demonic insect didn't say anything else. Its huge body bloomed with a blazing 7-colored light. When the light dissipated, it had completely disappeared. It should have returned to the star nest in the deepest part of the forbidden area ahead. At the same time, the blood-devouring demon bug's body emitted a bloody light and disappeared in the same way. In the next instant, faint air-breaking sounds were heard as the 7 insect venerables in the forbidden land of the crystal rainbow moved out. They turned into faint lights and darted toward the 30-degree angle indicated by the crystal rainbow demonic insect at high speed. However, although the 7 insect clan venerables moved out at the same time, they were clearly heading in different directions. Although the area indicated by the crystal rainbow demon insect was only in the shape of a fan with a 30-degree angle, the further the outer edge of the fan extended, the more it became. Even if the 7 Bug Clan Knights spread out and were in charge of searching from a smaller angle, there were still too few of them. As for who would be able to coincidentally bump into the space raging ape and the space porcupine in this fan-shaped area, no one knew. In fact, it was hard to say whether this was a kind of luck or bad luck at the moment. After leaving the Black Tortoise Forbidden Land, Xianxia, an old pig, rushed all the way to a beginner supreme Forbidden Land on the right side. At the moment, he already had 9 pieces of night blood essence in his hands. He was only 1 piece away from his original goal of 10 pieces. And with the escape of the level 2 Bug Clan Knight in the Black Tortoise Forbidden Land, the news of him and old pig hunting universe knights everywhere would spread very quickly. Anyway, they were bound to be exposed, so Xianxia did not care. He had already discussed with Old Pig that they would head to a beginner supreme forbidden land in front of them and kill a universe knight at lightning speed. Then they would leave immediately from the Black Tortoise Forbidden Land to the nearest beginner supreme forbidden land. The 2 of them would need at least 6 to 7 days to travel at full speed. This should be the time when the news would spread. Although it was a little risky, it should be enough. However, only 2 days after leaving the Black Tortoise Forbidden Land, Xianxia and Old Pig realized that something was wrong. The number of space beasts in the void space suddenly increased. It should be noted that when he and the pig demon were rushing to the primary forbidden areas, they were always on the edge of many forbidden areas on this side of the Milky Way star field. Usually, the number of ferocious star beasts in this area was very small. Now that this situation had suddenly happened, it was obviously abnormal. If there was no accident, it should be related to the level 2 Bug Clan Knight that escaped. Chapter 4469. 10 million miles ahead of them, 4 or 5 space beasts were roaming the starry sky. The most powerful one was a 2nd-level Undying Emperor, and the other 4 were all late-stage Undying Emperors. No one knew where these 5 powerful space beasts came from, but they were wandering aimlessly in the starry sky. Apparently, they were searching for something. All of a sudden, a shocking explosion was heard. A few million miles to the right of these 5 space beasts, a space-raging ape that was only 30 meters tall suddenly appeared and threw a punch at them. The power of the raging ape had obviously reached the 3rd level of the Night Realm. It was far beyond what these 5 space beasts could withstand. Pung, pung, pung. 5 bangs rang out in succession without any suspense. All 5 of the ferocious beasts were blasted apart, transforming into a bloody mist that spread out. Xiao. After withdrawing his punch, the raging ape waved his hand, and a sharp sound broke through the air. An incomparably majestic and invisible force enveloped an area of 10 million miles, sweeping the bloody mist that had just spread out into his body. He started to condense blood essence. Refine. With this punch, he left a wisp of remnant soul in one of the 5 ferocious beasts of space. Now, this remnant soul was taken away by the raging ape, and he started to search its soul. After that, the raging ape turned the remnant soul of the space beast into a wisp of green smoke and dissipated. At this time, the raging ape's face was already very gloomy. The raging ape was Xianxia. At this time, after he had blown up the 5 space beasts with 1 punch and started to search for the information he wanted, ripples appeared in the starry sky not far away. An old pig, who was 30 meters tall, scurried over. He asked, "Brother Raging Ape, how is it? What's the situation?" "We've been targeted by an intermediate starry sky, forbidden area." Nodding his head, Xianxia continued, "Furthermore, this crystal rainbow forbidden area is the base camp of an enormous bug clan. There are 2 Universe Masters and 6 Universe Knights. Oh, that's not right. The second-level knight that escaped from the Black Tortoise Forbidden Area has also joined in. Now, and they have 7 Universe Knights. These 7 Universe Knights have all been sent out to search this area, said Luo Foam. It seems that the 2 Universe Masters from the Bug Clan have mastered some sort of secret technique that allowed them to deduce our approximate location. That's very likely. The Zergs are the most troublesome existence to begin with. Not only are they disgusting, but they also have all kinds of strange methods that are hard to guard against. It's normal for them to have this kind of secret deduction method. Hearing this, the expression on Pig Spirit's face became dignified. After pondering for a while, he said, "Then what should we do now? There are already 7 Universe Knights here. Although we're not afraid, the moment we make a move, we will immediately be triggered. Be careful. When the time comes, as long as one of the 7 Universe Knights discovers us, they'll send a message immediately. The Bug Clan's communication technique is very mysterious. Since the Universe Master in the Crystal Rainbow Forbidden Land dared to send 7 Universe Knights out to search for us, he must be confident of receiving us. I rushed over as soon as I received the message. There shouldn't be any suspense about this. Didn't that level 2 Universe Knight from the Bug Clan escape in the Black Tortoise Forbidden Land?" Speaking of this, Pig Spirit seemed to suddenly think of something. He changed the topic and asked, "By the way, where are the cultivations of the 2 Universe Masters in this intermediate supreme Forbidden Land? Even if they want to hunt us down, they can't send out both Universe Masters. One of them has to stay behind to guard the Forbidden Land, which is why, you old geezer, this time you're thinking of the same thing as this Star Master." Turning his head to look at the old Pig Spirit, the corners of Yi Xian's mouth slowly curled into a sneer. Of the 2 Universe Masters in the Crystal Rainbow Forbidden Area, one is at the 1st level of the realm, and the other is at the 3rd level of the realm. If there are no accidents, when they receive the message, they will immediately rush over. The one who will arrive will definitely be the level 3 Crystal Rainbow Demon Bug. Speaking of this, he licked the corner of his lips, and his tone suddenly became playful. Level 3 Universe Master? If I were to perform the bloodline technique of 9 changes of Demon Ape to the 9th change, I would also have the cultivation level of level 3 of this realm. And if I were to add the terrifying power of blood within my huge body of 60 million miles, my true combat power would be comparable to that of a level 4 Universe Master. But if it's just this, it seems a little risky. Since I have decided to make a move, I have to ensure that nothing goes wrong. I can't give him any chance of survival. If so, I will have to make another small breakthrough. Then, under the 9th change, I will be at level 4 of the Universe Master level, but my true combat power will be at level 5 of the Universe Master level. Then, when I reach level 5 of this realm, I will be able to kill him, who is only at level 3 of this realm. Then what are we waiting for? Isn't it just a small breakthrough? For a freak like you, it's nothing out of the ordinary. After listening to Yi Xian's analysis, old Pig Spirit immediately became excited. He kept urging Yi Xian to find a quiet place and start the breakthrough immediately. This time, they were going to kill a Universe Master, and he was only a Universe Master who had just become a Universe Master. Even if he wasn't qualified to make a move, it was worth bragging about being able to participate. How could he not be excited? Immediately, the two left their original location. After half a day, they saw a huge abandoned planet in the void space of the universe ahead. "This is the place. Guard outside and inform me if anything happens." After giving his instructions, Yi Xian didn't hesitate any longer. With a flash of his body, he rushed into the huge abandoned planet. In a valley, he waved his hand and took out the Shun Gnome Cauldron. Then, with a flash of his body, he stepped into the mouth of the Shun Gnome Cauldron, which was enshrouded in 9-colored fog. He sat down cross-legged. Shio, shio, shio. One after another, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. They were all the cultivation resources that Yi Xian took out from the undying world within his body, including the 9-colored godly medicine and a large amount of other cultivation resources, such as the all-evil origin liquid. After doing all this, Yi Xian activated the domain of the Shinnon Cauldron and compressed all the cultivation resources to the size of a nascent fist. With a wave of his hand, he swallowed all the resources into his stomach. At this moment, a new round of breakthrough was in full swing. Hua la la. Almost in the next instant, the sound of shackles could be heard coming from within his body. This time, unexpectedly, there were 2 shackles that appeared. This was clearly the rhythm of another 2 consecutive breakdowns. Perhaps it had something to do with Yi Xian's recent multiple battles with Universe Knights. What followed next was a walk in the park. Yi Xian activated the huge river of energy that had just formed in his body and performed a large circulation in his meridians to accumulate energy. 7 days later, when all the energy had been refined, the 2 shackles were broken with just one impact. As the extremely thick shackles were finally completely broken, the anticipated system notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind one after another. Chapter 4470. With this breakthrough, Yi Xian's combat power rose again. Previously, his original body was only a 2nd-level knight. Once he activated the bloodline power of the ancient demon ape, he could instantly reach the 3rd-level knight level. If he performed the 9 demon ape changes again and reached the 9th change, his combat power would immediately soar to the 3rd-level universe master level. And now, after activating the bloodline power of the ancient demon ape, Yi Xian would instantly reach the 5th-level knight level. If he performed the bloodline power of the 9 demon ape changes again and directly entered the 9th change, his peak combat power would reach the 5th-level universe master level, which was already the middle stage of this level. However, in reality, if he included the terrifying power of blood and energy in his enormous body under the 9th change, Yi Xian's combat power would be comparable to that of a 6th-level universe master level. As a being at the pinnacle of the middle stage of this level, he could only kill a 3rd-level universe master level 1. A pinnacle early stage crystal rainbow demon bug, no accidents would happen. Who would have thought that there would be another 2 consecutive breakdowns? It seems at this time, there will be no more suspense in killing that 3rd-level universe master crystal rainbow demon bug. Opening his eyes, Yi Xian's eyes flashed with excitement. The 2 consecutive breakdowns this time had come at the right time, and it had completely reassured him. Besides, other than that 3rd-level universe master crystal rainbow demon bug, I'll be able to kill at least a few of the 7 universe knights from the crystal rainbow Forbidden Land. That way, I'll have more than a dozen pieces of knight blood essence in my hands. I'll be able to refine them. The number of level 26 treasure pills that I'll be able to produce will be unprecedented. At this point, Yi Xian's eyes flashed coldly, and his lips curled into a cold smile. Previously, I've been sneaking around and didn't even dare to reveal my true combat power. I was worried that I'd attract the attention of the universe masters from the intermediate supreme Forbidden Land. But now it's time to show my power. With the end of this great battle, that 3rd-level universe master from the crystal rainbow Forbidden Land has been killed. The previous situation of being cautious of the consequences should come to an end. Swish! After saying that, Yi Xian waved his hand and directly took the Shinnon Cauldron, which was shrouded in 9-colored fog, into his body. With a flash of his body, he instantly rushed out of the giant abandoned star under his feet and came to the universe void outside. 5th Order Venerable? In the distance, the old pig who'd been lying dormant in space all along had rushed over at the first possible moment, and he was instantly stunned when he noticed that the aura emanated from Yi Xian's body was actually at the 5th rank of the Exalt realm. Then, he seemed to have thought of something. His expression changed, and he exclaimed, "It can't be Brother Bao Yuan, right? It's only been 7 days, and you actually broke through 2 levels in succession?" Right now, Yi Xian was in the state of activating the devil ape bloodline in his body. In this state, his cultivation had increased by a level. Therefore, since his current cultivation was at the 5th order, Yi Xian's true cultivation should be at the 4th order venerable realm. One had to know that before he went into seclusion, he was only at the 2nd order venerable realm. If he didn't break through 2 small levels in succession, what else could he be? Yixian nodded indifferently, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. Yes, it's just luck. I was careless and broke through 2 small levels in succession. I don't want to live anymore. These words almost made the old pig vomit blood on the spot. When he looked at Yixian again, his eyes were clearly filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Speaking of this exalt realm, I clearly broke through before you, but now you're already at the 4th order of this exalt realm. However, I'm still at the 1st order. No, after this matter is over, I won't care about anything else. I'll bury myself in seclusion and break through a few small levels first. Don't worry, after killing the crystal rainbow demon insects, we'll immediately return. This Star Master will bring you to my base camp. Nodding, Yixian had no objections to this. Whether you're in seclusion or wandering around, from now on, you'll be in charge of the base camp. After all, other than the level 26 treasure pill used to break through to the Universe Master level, we still need the level 27 treasure pill used to break through to the Universe Supreme level. And to make a level 27 treasure pill, each one requires 5 drops of essence blood of Universe Masters, condensed from all the blood and energy of a Universe Master after his body exploded. Yixian shook his head and sighed. His face was filled with helplessness. In other words, just to make the level 27 treasure pill that you and I need, we'll need to kill 10 Universe Masters. The crystal rainbow demon insects that are about to be killed are one of them. Even so, we're still short of 9. This Star Master doesn't have the time to stay in the base camp. A level 27 treasure pill can smoothly break through to the Universe Supreme level. Hearing this, the old pig's eyes instantly emitted a green light. He stared blankly at Yixian and muttered softly, as if he was in a dream. Heavens, am I dreaming? There's no doubt about the level 26 treasure pill now, but I really have it. Can I become a Universe Supreme in one day? See, that's a being only slightly weaker than the great beings of the Primordial Era and the Supreme Beings of the Primordial Era. Definitely a big boss. Oh, thank you, Brother Bao Yuan. It's old pig's greatest fortune to know you. At the end of his speech, the old man seemed to have suddenly thought of something. He suddenly patted his chest and said sternly, "Don't worry. After this matter is over, old pig, will take charge of our rear base camp and will definitely take care of your backyard for you. As for you, Brother Bao Yuan, capable people do more work, and I don't have the ability to do that. The great task of killing Universe Masters and collecting 10 drops of essence blood of Universe Masters will be handed to you. Do your best, old pig. I have faith in you. Get lost." Yixian was speechless. He rolled his eyes and didn't hesitate any longer. He turned around and shot towards the void of the universe in front of him. With his current cultivation level, there was no longer any suspense in killing a level 3 crystal rainbow demon insect. Hence, the time to lure the snake out had arrived. 2 days later, in a star domain extremely far away from the border of the Milky Way star domain, there was a large number of Bug Clan members roaming the void space. These Bug Clan members were obviously searching for something. Low buzzing sounds could be heard from their bodies from time to time. This was a sign that they were activating the bloodline talent in their bodies and communicating with each other. This was a sign that they were searching for something. As far as the eye could see, even though the bugs weren't densely packed, there were definitely more than enough of them. However, the strongest of them were only at the level of an emperor. Chapter 4471. It could be said that after the accident in the Black Tortoise Forbidden Area last time, whether it was Yixian or the old pig spirit, their vigilance towards these space bugs had long since risen to the extreme. The strange abilities of the arachnids were endless, and they were all different, making it impossible for people to guard against them. Last time, a small second-order venerable had actually successfully escaped. As for Yixian, he was unable to find out where the other party had escaped to. One had to know that this hadn't happened when he killed level 8 knights. From this, one could see a spot. Even though they had been following them for half a day, they still hadn't found a single bug knight. However, Yixian and Old Pig weren't in a hurry. This time, They had a huge goal, including a few universe knights and a universe master. It was worth it to wait a few more days. Really, sure enough, 2 days later, the Zerg army that was searching ahead suddenly buzzed loudly. All the Zergs stopped and crouched in the void, motionless. It exuded an aura of incomparable respect and fear. It was as though an extremely powerful being was about to descend, and they were waiting respectfully to welcome him. Xian and Old Pig, who were hiding in space far behind, immediately raised their guard. Under such circumstances, if there were no accidents, a universe knight was about to descend. After all, the leader of this bug army was already an undying emperor. However, at this moment, this undying emperor was obviously like the other bugs, crouching in space without moving at all. He didn't seem to be any less respectful. In fact, the fear that emanated from his body was even greater than that of the other insectoids. A being that could make an undying emperor behave in such a manner, if it wasn't a universe knight, what else could it be? Soon, the buzzing sounds were heard again. In the space to the right of this bug army, a beam of white light suddenly descended. After a flash, a gigantic space bug appeared. It was entirely white. No wonder it could emit such an intense white light. As for its body, it was at least 30 million feet tall, and the energy emanating from its body was that of a level 2 universe knight. Upon seeing this, both Xian and the Old Pig spirit were stunned for a moment before they were overjoyed. Enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. A rank 2 venerable insect? Could it be the one that escaped from the Black Tortoise Forbidden Land not long ago? He didn't expect to meet them so soon. This time, Xian did not intend to make a move. He decided to give this opportunity to Pig Spirit. After all, he was the one who had lost the stage 2 venerable insectoid last time. Now, it was only right for the Pig Spirit to settle this matter. Otherwise, he would definitely feel uncomfortable. Although the two of them did not communicate with each other using their godly consciousness, there were space bugs everywhere, and the biological wave frequency of the bug race was quite mysterious. Even if universe knights communicated with each other using their godly consciousness, there might still be some clues. That said, although there was no communication between the two of them, it was clear that there was a tacit understanding between them. Whoa! In the next moment, Xian remained motionless, but the Old Pig spirit suddenly rushed over. Before his figure even got close, a long howl filled with monstrous anger rang out. Along with the howl, he stomped the space in front of him with all his might. Li Wang, an extremely sharp howl rang out, and the stage 2 venerable insectoid was so frightened that his body trembled. Immediately, a loud buzzing sound rang out, and the burning white light on his body surged again. It was clear that he wanted to use this bloodline talent to escape immediately like the last time. If I let you escape this time, how am I going to survive? Almost at the same time, the Old Pig spirit's godly consciousness voice rang out, and he stomped the ground with all his might. Pong! A huge roar was heard, and the burning white light splashed in all directions. The stage 2 venerable master's body completely exploded. No wonder his body could emit such a burning light. This fellow's blood was burning, and at this moment, it spread out and lit up a large area. In the space. Xiao! The Old Pig spirit retracted his hooves and took a deep breath. A sharp sound broke through the air, and a majestic invisible force enveloped an area with a radius of tens of millions of miles. The red blood mist that had just spread out was swept up and absorbed into the Old Pig spirit's body, compressing it into a bead. This bead was the size of a human head. Wong Wong! This scene was too sudden. The countless insectoids in the surrounding space all fled in all directions. As they fled, they let out a loud, buzzing sound. They were clearly calling for help in a mysterious way unique to the insectoids. All of this was what Xian and the Old Pig spirit wanted to see. Therefore, although the Old Pig spirit could easily kill the insectoid emperor that was escaping, he did not do so. Instead, he turned around and rushed in another direction, pretending to chase after the insectoid emperor. A few insectoid emperors. After all, as an insectoid emperor, this insectoid emperor's communication ability must be stronger. It could help Yi Xian and the old pig spirit attract more targets faster. Wang, Bao Yuan, you're going to die today. Sure enough, after a dozen breaths, a loud buzzing sound suddenly rang out in the space on the right in front of them. Along with the buzzing sound, a godly consciousness voice that was filled with endless grief and indignation instantly descended. It was the father of the Level 2 Insectoid Knight. He was also 30 million feet tall, and his appearance was exactly the same as the Level 2 Insectoid Knight from before. The light emitted from his body was also intense and white. However, his cultivation level was much more powerful. He had already become a Level 9 Universe Knight, which was equivalent to a half-step Universe Master. If he had not become a half-step Universe Master, he would not have dared to show up even though he knew that Yi Xian and the old pig spirit were here. From his point of view, including the information gathered by the outside world, the Starry Sky Violent Ape, which had been carrying out hunting missions in various Elementary Supreme Forbidden Lands recently, was only at the first stage of the Universe Master realm. Besides, this was not his real cultivation level. Instead, it was forcibly raised by some mysterious and powerful bloodline technique. Therefore, this pinnacle insectoid knight believed that his half-step Universe Master level and the Starry Sky Violent Ape's barely raised combat power were not much different from each other. Besides, he had used the bloodline technique of the insectoid race to inform the Crystal Rainbow Demon Bug right away, so he would be here in 20 breaths at most. Even though there was a certain gap in power between him and the Starry Sky Violent Ape, it should not be a problem for him to hold on for 20 breaths. The newcomer was a pinnacle Universe Knight at the peak of the 9th stage. Even though the old pig spirit had already activated the 3rd transformation of the bloodline technique of Demonic Pig 9 Change and had a cultivation level at the 5th stage of the Universe Master Realm, he was far from being a match for the newcomer. He immediately retreated far away. At the same time, Yi Xian, who had been hiding his aura all this while, showed up. Chapter 4472. 9 Changes of Demon Ape. 6th Change. Along with this roar, a huge explosion came from the space ape's body. Within a breath of time, his body had completely expanded, and his speed was so fast that it made one's hair stand on end. At that moment, the power in the space ape's body was rolling like a roaring river. His limbs and bones were surging with endless ferocity. Unknowingly, there was an unimaginably majestic and terrifying force that made people look askance. Within half a breath of time, the space ape's body, which was originally only 30 meters tall, expanded to 30 million meters and extremely fast speed, which was 60,000 miles. As his body expanded, the aura of cultivation spread out from the space ape's body rose at the same time. From a 5th level knight to a 2nd level Universe Master, all of this happened too quickly. In the blink of an eye, a 5th stage knight had transformed into a 2nd stage Universe Master. This was simply a nightmare. The entire boundless void fell into a dead silence. All the escaping space bugs crouched down and shivered. Yi Xian had his own considerations as to why he chose the 6th change instead of the 9th or 8th. After all, the 3rd level Universe Master hadn't arrived yet. If he displayed the combat power of a 5th level Universe Master, the enemy would be lucky if he didn't turn around and flee when he smelled danger. How could he still arrive? In fact, even if he had the combat power of a 3rd level Universe Master like the enemy, Yi Xian still didn't feel safe enough. Only a 2nd level Universe Master was just right. On one hand, he could let the 3rd level Crystal Rainbow Demon Bug arrive without worry. On the other hand, he could have enough advantages when facing this half-step Universe Master and ensure that he could finish him off in the shortest time possible. See, you actually broke through one level? The half-step Universe Master in the space millions of miles ahead was indeed fooled by Yi Xian. Seeing Yi Xian display the combat power of a 2nd level Universe Master, he instinctively thought that Yi Xian had recently broken through one level and used this secret bloodline technique. Only by performing this mysterious bloodline technique would he be able to achieve the cultivation level of a second-level universe master. Compared to the level 1 universe master not long ago, he was one level stronger. However, even though it was only a difference of one stage, it was still an extremely heavy burden to him. In the face of a powerful being at the second-level universe master level, even if the other party had only used some kind of mysterious bloodline technique to forcibly raise his power within a short period of time. However, with his half-step universe master cultivation base, he was still far from being a match for him. The difference between a first-stage universe master and a second-stage universe master was too great. Earlier, he still had the confidence to forcefully hold on for 20 breaths of time, but now he didn't even have the confidence to forcefully hold on for 3 breaths of time. At this moment, he thought of fleeing. He didn't want to die before the crystal rainbow demonic insects arrived. As this thought surfaced in his mind, the body of this half-step universe master instantly lit up with dazzling white light. A low and rapid buzzing sound resounded, causing an inexplicable sense of anxiety to rise within the body of this half-step universe master. Don't you think it's a little too late to escape now? This kind of thing has already happened in the hands of Old Pig. If it happens again in the hands of this Star Master's face, how can this Star Master accept this? So you can die now? Hong! As the disdainful and mocking voice was heard, the raging starry sky ape rushed out. In the blink of an eye, it was already beside the insect clan Venerable. Then it suddenly threw a punch. A deafening explosion was heard coming from the void. Not far away, the Venerable One from the insect shrieked as its humongous body exploded like an ant. It did not have the chance to react at all as it was blown up by the punch. In the blink of an eye, the gigantic body exploded into a cloud of blood mist that spread out in all directions. Xiao, after withdrawing his punch, Raging Star Ape immediately waved his hand, and a sharp, air-piercing sound resounded. A boundless, invisible force rolled out from Raging Star Ape's body and enveloped an area with a radius of tens of millions of miles. The dark red blood mist that had just spread out was swept up and absorbed into his body. Then, he immediately sent it into the Shinnong cauldron to start refining the blood essence. Previously, when he left the Black Tortoise Forbidden Area, the number of venerable blood essences in Yixian's hands had already reached a total of 9. Just a moment ago, he killed another second-order insect clan Venerable, which could be considered to have reached 10. Now, with the addition of the blood essence of a peak Venerable, Yixian had a total of 11 blood essences in his hands. 11? With a dim light flashing in his eyes, Yixian murmured softly, revealing uncontrollable excitement, especially when there's a top-grade blood essence condensed from the blood essence of a peak Venerable. In this case, if there are no accidents, the probability of refining 9-level, 26 treasure pills will be more than 50%. This is clearly the rhythm of making a fortune. Screech! Almost at the next instant, an extremely shrill scream suddenly came from the end of the void space in front of them. Along with this scream, a low, buzzing sound that was so fast that it was almost unimaginable also came from the same direction. It was like the sound of thunder rolling over. There was also an incomparably powerful aura of pressure mixed within it. It was also a universe master, but it was stronger than the current space raging ape, which was only at stage 2. This was obviously the terrifying force of a stage 3 universe master. At this moment, after a slight pause, Old Pig shook his body, and without hesitation, he immediately turned around and fled in the opposite direction. He didn't want to stay here any longer. A battle between 2 universe masters, to him, was definitely the rhythm of a battle between gods. If he really stayed too close, he would most likely end up as a little brat who would suffer. At this moment, Yixian narrowed his eyes, and his heart started to pound. At this moment, he suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of excitement. Not long ago, he had never thought that there would be a day when he could become a universe master. But now, he stood there with incomparable calmness, waiting for a universe master to take the bait and kill him. The feeling in his heart was so wonderful that it made him feel as if he was in a dream. A brilliant ray of seven-colored light appeared in front of Yuxian, who was slightly distracted, and he suddenly realized that at this moment he was in a state of being in a trance. It was as if a state of mind had an epiphany, and there was an obvious improvement in his state of mind. This was really a pleasant surprise. He didn't expect that a moment of distraction in the midst of setting up a trap to kill a strong enemy could elevate his state of mind. This was simply, no one else could do this. Long. Chapter 4473. Hundreds of millions of miles away, a dazzling rainbow-colored light shot toward them. The light was too dazzling, illuminating a vast expanse of the void. It was only when it was hundreds of millions of miles away that one could see it clearly. It turned out that this rainbow-colored light with a diameter of 100 million miles wasn't a light ball at all. It was a real object, a space bug with a humongous body. The bloodline of this bug was obviously very special, and anyone who saw it would be able to understand its extraordinariness. Its body was crystal clear, like the purest crystal, and this crystal wasn't just a single color. Instead, it was extremely dazzling, glowing with rainbow-colored light. As for the space insectoid, which gave people the illusion that it was a crystallizer life form, the aura of cultivation that spread out from its dazzling and enormous body was equally terrifying. It was a third-stage universe master. Compared to the Raging Space Ape, it was even stronger by a small level. Raging Space Ape, I didn't expect you to make another breakthrough. At this moment, with the arrival of the crystal rainbow demon bug, an extremely deep but confident voice came from the space in front of it like rolling thunder. Unfortunately, even so, you're still only a second-stage universe master. You're already, although my body is huge and I possess a terrifying amount of vital energy, and I might be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with a being at the third level of this boundary. However, I have been at the third level for 1,000 years. I am only one step away from the fourth level of Universe Master. Hand over your bloodline technique, and I mean all the profound meanings. Today, I'll spare your life. Otherwise, I will personally kill you and search your soul. I can also obtain most of your divine ability profundities. You make your choice. How? Is a third-stage universe master very strong? Look at how cocky you are. Raising his head and roaring, Yuxian's mocking and disdainful voice sounded out from within the starry sky, Berserk Ape. Besides, who told you that this Star Lord is only at the second rank? 9 changes of Demon Ape. 9th change. The next moment, there was a loud roar, and a huge explosion came from within the Raging Space Ape. In less than a breath, its body had completely expanded, and its speed was so fast that it made one's hair stand on end. The power in its body was rolling like a roaring river. Endless murderous intent surged from its limbs and bones, and an unimaginably majestic and terrifying aura was formed. In half a breath, the Raging Space Ape, which was originally only 30 million feet tall, expanded to 100 million feet tall at an incredible speed. 100 million feet tall, which was 60 million miles. This was a distance of 60 million miles. Even the largest giant star would be reduced to a tiny dot in comparison. Besides, as his body expanded, the aura of cultivation exuded from his body soared as well. In the blink of an eye, he became a 5th-level universe master from the previous 2nd-level universe master. Everything had happened too quickly. In the blink of an eye, a 2nd-rank Eternity Lord had transformed into a 5th-rank existence. It was so unreal, like a nightmare. In an instant, the entire vast void space fell into a dead silence. All the space bugs who hadn't managed to escape in time were lying on the ground, trembling. Some of the weaker beings couldn't even withstand the pressure of a mid-stage universe master emanating from the space Raging Ape. Pung, pung. The sounds of explosions kept coming, and these weaker space bugs exploded and died. In the distance, that mass of light, which was 100 million miles wide, was emitting dazzling 7-colored light. It was shooting toward the Raging Space Ape, but at that moment, it seemed to be frightened and stopped abruptly in the void space. It stopped in the void space of the universe, only 200 million miles away from the raging space ape. Immediately afterward, a divine sense voice filled with endless horror and disbelief suddenly came out from this dazzling seven-colored light cluster. What? A fifth-stage universe master? That's impossible. Wang, the divine sense voice that sounded like an exclamation, had just sounded when a strange buzzing sound that was extremely low, but the frequency was so fast that it made one's hair stand on end sounded again. 200 million miles ahead, the huge light sphere that was 100 million miles wide suddenly shone with an even brighter seven-colored light. It was very similar to the movement of the second-stage venerable insect before it tried to escape in the black tortoise forbidden land. Obviously, the crystal rainbow devil bug intended to flee at this moment. It had come here to seize the mysterious bloodline's secret technique possessed by the stellar gorilla, and it didn't want to die here instead. Along with this thought, the crystal rainbow demon bug's body instantly lit up with an even brighter seven-colored light. A low and rapid buzzing sound rang out again, causing an inexplicable sense of anxiety to rise in the hearts of those who heard it. "Sai, you brought this upon yourself. I didn't want to find you, at least not now. But you came to me yourself." Seeing this scene, the starry sky berserk ape sighed. Yi Xian's divine sense immediately sounded out. "Since you're here, why leave? Everything today should end now." Boom! After this divine sense voice that was filled with disdain was transmitted, the raging starry sky ape's shoulders shook as it charged out in the next instant. His speed was so fast that it made one's hair stand on end. In the blink of an eye, he was already beside the crystal rainbow devil bug, and suddenly he threw out a punch. Bang! There was no suspense in what happened next. A huge explosion sounded from the void. The crystal rainbow demonic insect, which was only at the third stage of this realm, didn't even have the chance to wail when facing the fifth stage star violent ape, which had a sixth-stage battle prowess. Its enormous body instantly exploded like an ant. It didn't even have time to react before it was blasted apart by a single punch. In an instant, the incomparably huge and terrifying seven-colored body completely exploded into a brilliant bloody mist, and then spread out. Swish! Retracting his fist, Bao Yuan immediately waved his hand. An incomparably majestic and invisible force swept out from his body, enveloping a radius of 10 million li. The seven-colored bloody mist that had just spread out was swept up and absorbed into Yi Xian's body. After that, it was immediately sent into Shun Nong Cauldron by Yi Xian to begin the blood essence condensation. This was the first blood essence he had obtained from a universe master-level ferocious beast's body after it exploded into a majestic bloody mist. This was the blood essence of a universe master-level ferocious beast. It was the blood essence of a universe master-level ferocious beast. The first one was a good start. This meant that the next target Yi Xian was going to hunt would be of a higher level. Universe masters, huh? It seems that compared to universe knights, there are even fewer of them.